Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. We got quite the interesting day today. So we're going to get into some things. Allegedly, there's some people that are supposed to be coming in today. So we'll see about that. But nonetheless, this is going to be, like I said, a very interesting day. So before we get into everything, before I talk to you guys about the layout of the show for today and all that, the plans for today, please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you hit that follow button on all those platforms, okay? Hit that subscribe button here on my YouTube channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because let's be real, it's random, okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member, all right? Hit that join button down below. Support the channel if you can, all right? And of course, check out my Patreon, check out my locals, and check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys? Alrighty then. Okay. So yesterday was quite an interesting show, all right? There was a lot of information that came from Capricorn Clark's testimony. There was a lot of it was an interesting roller coaster ride. Given the fact, I get it, 16 years of working with this person, working for this particular company, this enterprise, on and off again. It was almost like she was in an on and off again relationship with Diddy professionally. Now, she of course claims that it was completely 1,000% platonic. But then we see emails or a text message from her, basically her professing her crush on Diddy, which is a very interesting thing. Now, of course, a lot of people have been critiquing it, breaking it all the way down, putting in their own particular opinions about it, saying that, some people say it's all lies. It's some fabricated crap that she said on the stand. Other people think that she's telling the truth because of how interwoven and how complicated her testimonies were. But one thing is for sure, a lot of things that were being said in there, she said a lot of things in regards to, well, let's be real. Her life was threatened. She was taken against her will. She was napped, okay? She witnessed attacks on Cassie. She witnessed Diddy with a pew-pew going over to Kid Cudi's house, doing what he was going to try to do something with one of his goons, okay, with one of his security guards. A lot of these things, some people believe, is finally the start of prosecution showing proof positive of their racketeering in RICO. Now, of course, to me, I say, hey, let's wait. Let's see what else is going on, because I know some people are like, hey, they haven't shown nothing. Prosecution hasn't done a damn thing. Well, we'll see about all that. I think they're just getting started. They're starting to cook. All pistons are finally firing. It takes some time. They started to hit that, get started with creating the groundwork, the background story of everything. And I think a lot is going to change here over the next couple weeks. So again, this is going to be very, very, very interesting. Like I said, interesting roller coaster ride of a testimony. And I honestly believe that it showed that she's not lying, that she was telling as much of the truth that of her version of the truth, her perspective, as best as she could. Like I said, if it was going to be fake, it would have been a landslide by one situation, for one side. But she was going back and forth. It was crazy. It was like, I love the man. I wanted to protect him and all that stuff, right? And then the next thing you know, she's like, I'm seeing him put his feet on Cassie so viciously that he is literally causing her to move into the street. Also, he put his paws on her, on Capricorn as well, shoving me 30 yards. And that's a lot of yards. That's a lot of yardage. Now, that could be an exaggeration, but you know, if you're pushing somebody from inside the home and pushing them outside the home, depending on how big that home is, that could be some serious distance, right? So again, there's a lot here that's very interesting about this, okay? And yes, Carbonized, let me see that really quick. They're laying a foundation for this criminal enterprise, and the mortar for the bricks is extra thick. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. They're putting in the work now. They're finally getting things moving. And so when this all goes down, when they continue, it's going to be interesting. Now, again, this is the other thing. People are all trying to do their best because, again, there's still free Diddy people out there. And it's all good if you're free Diddy. It's okay. You know, he's having his time in court. He is having his day in court, innocent until proven guilty in the court of law and all that stuff. And at the end of the day, it's up to the jury to make their decision on whether he is guilty or not. Okay, let's be completely real on that. Okay, now, but the thing is you can't deny the information that was said, especially when it comes to the Kid Cudi situation. Like, you can't sit there and say, oh, they just all three fabricated that story, especially when they have information and more proof, like we're starting to hear in testimony by the LAPD that were investigating the situation at Kid Cudi's home. They would not fabricate and make this stuff up. So again, like I said, we're going to be getting into this here in just a second for sure. All right. But as you guys get in, all right, as you guys start to file in, please hit that like button down below. Don't forget to hit that reaction button if you're watching on the platforms. Of course, don't forget to hit that follow button and subscribe if you can. That'd be greatly appreciated. But please, as you walk in, just hit that like button down below real quick, and we can get this bad boy moving, pun intended. But still, this is a very interesting situation. Now, I want to say this too. I want to say this one thing too. There's one time, and this is on the other side of the fence, okay? This is on the Team Free Diddy side, okay? So this is just a thought really quick. So you mean to tell me, hold on, I have to say this because I'm an inquisitive mother lover, okay? I have questions. I got questiones, okay? And so one thing that pops in my mind is, okay, so you bring in Capricorn Clark. Yes, what she said was damning. I'm going to be real. It was very damning. And I feel like that was one of the most real, truthful, authentic testimonies that we've seen so far. Even Cassie's testimony, I still side-eye to a certain extent, just to be completely real, because clearly she feels some type of way about Diddy. She obviously has, you know what I'm saying? There's some pent-up aggression and pent-up anger, maybe a grudge. I would assume a grudge. I feel like that comes with the territory of being, used in the way that she was used, right? So you kind of have to take hers with a grain of salt. Capricorn Clark, yes, she could still be like a woman scorned as well too, right? But one thing is for sure. So you mean to tell me if Diddy just goes with one of his boys, a security guard, on this one time, because he just lost his cool, he's angry as hell, he allegedly has a pew-pew in his hand, split pants, let's not forget, he's just got his underwear out there for everybody to see, all right? He goes to Kid Cudi's home. Let me tell you, first off, he's breaking laws right there. But does that automatically mean RICO, though? Does that automatically mean RICO, though? Think about that. So you mean to tell me if, like, I'm mad for whatever ridiculous reason, and I want to go speak to another person, and I'm choosing violence that day. I wake up and I choose violence, and I call one of my boys. Come through, homie. Right? And I'm not going to break into the dude's home. Same situation. Does that automatically mean RICO? And mind you, I'm not Diddy. I'm not Diddy's status. I don't have his money. I don't have his influence. Would that still count as RICO? Because right now we're only hearing, so far, we've had one thing for sure confirmed about the RICO stuff, which is Diddy brought his one of his security guards with him to break into Kid Cudi's home. He allegedly had a weapon, and he was holding Capricorn Clark against her will, right? Yeah, all those things are very bad. All those things are terrible. And yeah, he should definitely catch charges for those things if they're still within the statute of limitations. But still, though, if it's only one time, if it's only one, does that automatically constitute as RICO? Because so far we haven't seen anything else presented. Like I said, let them cook, let them do what they do. They still need to cook, right? They still need to do their thing and present more information. But at the same time, I still wonder, that's just one big incident, which is a bad incident, and it makes Diddy look really bad. But at the same time, I go, okay, if you look at that and apply that to just a regular Joe Schmo on the street, would it still constitute as that too? Maybe, I asked the good questions and I asked the dumb questions. That may be a dumb question, but like I said, it's just something I'm kind of curious about, and I'm waiting for them to show other things. Now, don't get me wrong. He definitely, if they're relying solely on what Cassie said, they got him on STing. You know what I'm saying? The S trafficking stuff. They definitely got him on the STing for show. That's it. Okay? That's it. He's done on that part. She said in her testimony that they were taking people across state lines in other countries and all that to go and perform in these F-offs. So that is very 110% true. He's screwed on that. He's absolutely screwed on that. But I am kind of curious about the other parts, this RICO racketeering. And yes, like I said, we still got what? 5 weeks? 5 weeks? Well, actually, they said that the prosecution's confident enough to say that they can get everything done in 5 weeks, not 6 or something like that. Something crazy like that. So they're going to be able to get this done fairly quickly, a whole week earlier, which is wild. Now, that could very well mean that either they feel like they're confident, they're too busy just dusting off their shoulders, or it's because they had witnesses that were going to step forward and they ain't stepping forward no more. That's another possibility as well, right? So Mia is allegedly supposed to be taking the stand at some point today, depending on how long these other testimonies go. Because of course there are LA and LAPD and LAFD, fire and police, are supposed to be speaking and doing testimonies today as well. So it'll be interesting to hear what Mia has to say if that actually lands today. That's what people are saying. That's what the rumor mill is saying, that Mia will be speaking today. I don't think that they're going to be sticking with the LAPD and LAFD, the fire department and police department, for very long. Okay. But for sure, they are in here talking about a few things. Robin Lynn, thank you so much for being a member for the past month. I appreciate it. It's been a month already. Time flies. Yeah, right. Time flies when you're having fun, for sure. I appreciate your support. And please become a member. Support the channel if you can. That'd be greatly appreciated. Now, real quick, like Ellery, okay? Ellery Robeson, welcome. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much. Okay, don't worry. We're going to get into the meat and potatoes here. But one thing I want to let you guys know, I am going to be ending an hour before they adjourn. Just so you guys know, there is allegedly going to be some sort of lunch break at some point. This time, today, definitely going to go and at least make a sandwich and eat during that lunch break. I'm not going to eat the whole damn lunch break, but I am going to go and get some food. Yesterday, I soldiered through the lunch break, and that was the worst idea ever because I was starving like crazy at the end of that show. So just so you guys know, all right, we're going to do all the coverage. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Nicole B. I appreciate you, caring for me. Thank you. I won't be passing out. Okay. Yeah, Tyree, I don't know. It's so confusing. They're like, yeah, actually, we're going to be done in 5 instead of 6. And I could have sworn they said that this whole thing was like an 8-week long process. So I don't know. Maybe they're sitting there going, we'll be done in 5 weeks. I don't know about them. I don't know about the defense, but we Gucci in 5 weeks. So maybe that's what it is. Okay. Maybe that's what it is. So we'll find out. We will find out nonetheless, okay? We'll see how it goes, right? Yeah. So we'll see, okay? Yeah, no, I know. Emily D. Baker's a beast, man. Shout out to her, man. She is a mother-loving beast, okay? But yeah, she takes breaks. She has, of course. I mean, I feel like that's what a lot of people do. They're just like, you know what? Give me a second. I'll be right back. I need some soup. You know what I mean? I don't know why soup popped in my head, but you know what I'm saying. Maybe I'm already hungry. But everybody takes a little bit of a break because it's yesterday was 4.5 hours of talking nonstop. So yeah, to the point where I couldn't read anymore. My brain was just like words were just turning into, it was just colors, just black and white on the screen. You know what I'm saying? Where you know what I mean? So there will be a break throughout the show. Okay. There might be more than just one, just so you know. Okay. And of course we're going to be getting straight into this bad boy because that's the other thing. I sat here for 4.5 hours. No potty break. Yes, I said potty break. No potty break. No nothing. Just sitting here, just going in. Not gonna happen today. Okay, but just so you know, I will be starting or ending an hour before they adjourn. Unfortunately, that's just that's just them breaks today. But tomorrow I will be starting earlier tomorrow, just so you know. So I'll be most likely on around this time or at 8 a.m. tomorrow just to get everything in. And here's the other thing too. Friday, I will not be live. I know. But don't worry. We'll be back on Monday doing the lives, covering what we need to cover on Monday. So I'll be missing out on Friday. But I'll be back on Monday to give you guys all the information that you need. Okay? Exactly. Just come back. Don't leave. There's plenty of other people that are doing some great stuff. Okay? That are doing some great coverage on this. But then come Monday, come on back. So I'll be back here tomorrow, but Friday I'll be off, and then I'll be back on Monday. Well, and then of course, most likely I'll do some sort of recap over the weekend. But of course, Monday, when the trial starts again, we will be back on. Because I know for a fact Friday, I'm sure is going to be fire. So I don't want to miss what's going on Friday. You see what I'm saying? So don't worry. Okay. I just won't be live. Okay. So, all right, guys, without further ado, let's get into this mother lover. And you know what, Melanie? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. All right. Yes. Adjusting my crown. Yes. You got to take breaks, sir. Okay. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Seriously, I do appreciate the concerns and all that. Don't worry. It's not like I was going to pass out. I was just really hungry. You see what I'm saying? And I was like, ooh, this is just working on my physique. It just helping, I'm like, okay, I might be losing some LBs and that's a good thing. No big deal. I'll eat in a little bit. So I just, took the time to do what I needed to do so I could give you guys the information that you needed. And everything was coming in kind of rapid fired at that point. You know what I'm saying? But I digress. Let's get into this though, right? Let's go. Okay. Obviously, they've already been about almost an hour and a half in to their stuff. Okay. Wow. Damn, Nicole B. Why you got to say it like that though? Damn. Okay, Nicole B. Damn. I thought we were friends. But damn. Okay. Y'all get your breaks. Shoot. Y'all don't see, here's the thing. You could go and take a dump right now. No one will know. Y'all could be sitting there typing away, just dropping kitties off at the pool. You know what I'm saying? Me can't. I just got to sit here, hold it all in, number 1 or 2, right? So y'all can have all the breaks you want. Eat nothing but Doritos all day long. Can't do that. Can't. So just saying. Okay, let's get into this. All right. So, and of course, this is how we do. We go into the news and then we go into the transcripts, because I feel like going from the transcripts to the news, the context is weird. So I feel like it's better we get the context first before we go into the dialogue, if that makes any sense. That's just me. Okay. Yes, I said bagoosh. You know what I'm saying? You're sitting there going laughy faces while you're dropping kitties off at the pool. Okay. Bagoosh. Ha 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 ha. Bagoosh. Just farting up a storm. But that's another conversation in itself. We'll talk about that one day. You know how close we are when we start talking about Dookie. Just saying. While you guys are making a deposit in the bathroom. Okay. Anyway, that's why I love you guys. Okay, let's get into this. So court now is in session. Another day, okay, of Combs racketeering and trafficking trial. Let me get a little bit smaller because you guys don't want to see my face. There's a joke in there, but I'm not going to do that. We're going to continue on. So LAPD officer takes the stand. Now, what's interesting is what they said, what they found at Kid Cudi's house, and what they found on their way. Yeah, bagoosh. On their way to Kid Cudi's house, right? Just so you know. So LAPD officer Chris Ignacio, a 16-year veteran of the force, took the witness stand for the state. Ignacio was working out of the Hollywood division in late 2011 when he answered a call about a possible break-in at Kid Cudi's house. So, pre-Christmas break-in, gifts opened at Kid Cudi's home. So he's reporting, this police officer is reporting that this is true, what Kid Cudi said on the stand. And again, Kid Cudi ain't lying. Why would he lie? Okay? Why would he lie? What's the point of lying? So look at this. When Officer Ignacio entered Kid Cudi's home, he spotted a table with Christmas gifts on it. Some were wrapped and some were not. The policeman's observation could back up Kid Cudi's previous testimony that Diddy broke into his house and opened the gifts he purchased for his family. Now, what's interesting about this is, of course, you want to know, like, did they, and hopefully Inner City Press or another news article, it will give us more insight on what he actually saw in the room when he walked in. Was it just like he could see pieces of gift wrapping all over the floor or all over the place? Or what did he suddenly become OCD and start putting the gift wrap paper in the trash can? Like, it just seems weird. Like, some were wrapped and some were not. What does that mean exactly? You see what I'm saying? Does it mean that were they opened? Were these boxes open or no? Right? Because that would tell you. Because, like, again, it's like if there's not like remnants of gift wrapping paper all over the place, right? Then it could be anything, right? He opened, yeah, of course, Mo. He only opened some, not all, just some. So it does make you wonder, like I said, did he rip all the boxes up and it's like just a mess all throughout the living room floor? Or did it just look like some were wrapped and some weren't, and that's it? You see what I'm saying? How much of a disarray how much did he leave that room in disarray to show proof positive, like, I was here, bro. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm curious about that. Car scene. This is a big deal here. Car seen at Kid Cudi's break-in registered to Bad Boy Production, cops say. So the car police observed leaving the scene to the break-in at Kid Cudi's home was registered to one of Combs' companies, according to testimony from the LAPD officer that we've been hearing so far, Chris Ignacio. So once again, when you see that cops are even confirming, yes, there was a car that was leaving the home. It was a black SUV, a Cadillac Escalade. Okay. Got me a Cadillac. Okay. They ran the plates and it went back to Diddy's company. Now, here's the thing. I already know some people out here who are Team Diddy. They'll be like, oh, man, that could have been anyone, bro. That could have been anyone, man. That could have been anyone. That could have been anyone driving this car, man. You mean to tell me he was in that car? No, he wasn't. Because Capricorn capping. Right? Okay. Or now it's the LAPD is lying, man. That officer's lying, man. Stop it. They ran the plates. The plates go back to Diddy's company. Why would Diddy's car, Escalade, randomly be outside of Kid Cudi's home on the same night that Capricorn Clark calls Cassie saying, oh my God, Diddy's at Kid Cudi's house and he's saying he's going to unalive him? Why? Come on, y'all. So Ignacio told the court he noticed an Escalade, a Cadillac Escalade, directly in front of the rapper's Hollywood Hills home, and memorized the license plate, in case it was relevant. The officer added that they did not have a confirmed crime when reporting to the home. A trespassing report was made, Ignacio said, and the computer showed the Escalade was registered to Bad Boy Productions, Inc. Come on. He didn't even drive like some random dude's car. He didn't ask like, yo, security guard, I need you to drive your car. No. We ain't going in my Escalade. We're going in your Fiat. You see what I'm saying? We're going in your Prius. Let's go, son. Nope. He pulled up in his own ride, and 5-0 pulled up after they got called, saw the car, ran the plates, and it went and it linked back to Diddy. So again, he did this, y'all. It's not good. This is not a good thing for him. Let us continue, though. Let us continue with our testimony. So what's interesting about this, too, and again, remember what Capricorn Clark said, which is very important because we didn't hear about this from Kid Cudi or Cassie. But Capricorn Clark even said, Diddy went to Capricorn Clark and said, tell that man Kid Cudi, he bet not put my name in his report or I'm going to take his life. I'm going to hurt all y'all, right? Well, guess what happens? Kid Cudi's break-in was not reported a burglary, LAPD cop says. So, defense attorney Brian Steele, sorry, his name just feels like you should be saying that. Brian Steele cross-examined the Los Angeles officer who responded to Kid Cudi's break-in, getting him to testify that the incident at the home was not reported as a burglary. Why wasn't it reported as a burglary? Could it be because he was scared? Or why, right? Steele asked Ignacio whether there was any evidence or reports of stolen items, and Ignacio said no. The officer also testified there were no reports that made him, there are no reports made to him at the time that there was a threat to unalive anyone. This is an important moment for Diddy's defense because robbery and M are predicate crimes that would provide support to the government's racketeering charge. Now, just because it wasn't reported like, oh man, we got somebody at my house that's threatening to unalive me, just because it wasn't reported doesn't mean that it didn't happen. I will say that. But then again, maybe it wasn't reported because that threat never happened either. Again, the defense's job right now is to poke holes and confuse or throw off the jury. Because, they're on this road with Capricorn Clark and they're like, oh, damn, he did that. He did that too. Oh, damn. Oh, that's racketeering for sure. Oh, damn. And then they come in and go, but when you saw the gifts on the table, were they messed with? Actually, no. Aha, jury. Aha. When you say it wasn't a burglary, did you report it as a burglary? Was it filed as a burglary? No, it was not. Aha, jury. That's their job. Poke holes, throw it off. But I'm telling you right now, regardless if it was reported as a burglary or not, you have three people that are saying the same story with their own specific experiences with this. Yeah, Diddy's in trouble. Diddy's most definitely in trouble. Moving on, because he got let go. Okay, he was done with his testimony. So they go into LAFD. In fact, before we go into that, let's go to the dialogue, shall we? Because like I said, I am still very curious as to why. I am still very curious as to why, because they are only saying right now, he testified there were no reports made to him about anyone trying to unalive anybody, but then he said there was no evidence or reports of stolen items. So again, there were no stolen items in the house, so it wasn't really a B&E, breaking and entering or a burglary because no one took anything. You see what I'm saying? He didn't take anything. He broke into the guy's home. I know it was, I think they said it was filed as trespassing, but he didn't take anything with him. So technically it wasn't a burglary, right? So that's what Brian Steele is trying to do too. It's like he broke in, but he didn't take anything. He didn't steal. Right? So it is interesting about that. But let's take a look at this. Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on. Interesting. Hold on. And I'm wondering who Nash is, Mr. Nash. But let's address this. All the government is saying is that the message shows Cassie's state of mind. And then, of course, defense says that's the problem with not being able to recall Cassie as a witness. So then prosecution says all Mr. Nash will quote, he's making me freak off on my birthday. She didn't want to go. So I'm wondering who Mr. Nash is. All right. So the defense says a spouse might say he's making me go to a Rangers game. I'd rather not tonight. So then again, the judge says you could have cross-examined Cassie about this. So then he goes on about something else that I guess he was trying, that Inner City Press was involved in, I guess. So now they're bringing in Ignacio. So the government calls LAPD officer Chris Ignacio. Witness takes the stand. What is a radio call? Someone calls 911 and it gets sent to next available LAPD unit on duty. On December 22nd, 2011, what was your shift? 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. in a marked police vehicle. What do you remember? Got a call around 8 a.m., code 3 with lights and sirens to 8925 Hollywood Hills Road. What did you find there? I found an Escalade. I actually remember this very well because I memorized the license plate. Prosecution says, why did you memorize the license plate? He says, I thought it could be involved in a crime. The way it left as soon as we got there just seemed a little weird. Why didn't you go after it? We didn't have a crime yet. The front door was unlocked. We went in. What did you see? High-end watches and purses, some wrapped, some unwrapped. 2 detectives showed up. When we came out, I saw the same black Escalade driving down the hill. Interesting. So it passed, it left, and then it circled back and drove back down. And of course, this is after like a quick 1-minute car chase. Remember, Kid Cudi pulled up, saw the Escalade, and sped off in his Porsche. The Escalade drives off, and they had like this quick little high-speed chase. And of course, Kid Cudi's car is a lot faster. So he was able to drive off and get away from Diddy and his cohort and Capricorn, right? So I'm sure they're like, F it, let's just go back home, bro. And they turned around, they drove back down the hill. Cop comes back out. Ignacio sees that same car and he's like, well, that's interesting that they're circling back. Why are they back here? So yeah, I'd probably want to write down that license plate as well, right? Seems a little bit weird. But anyway, so I'm driving back down the hill. So prosecution says, then what? Ignacio says, Miss Cudi, Kid Cudi, arrived in a Porsche. So you ran the plate of the Escalade, right? Yeah. It came back as Bad Boy Records. No further questions. Like she's like, drop the mic, walk off the stage, right? So cross-examination, Mr. Steele. So this was 13 years ago, right? Yeah, it was. You read your partner's report. You read your partner's report as well? Yes, I did. The streets there are dead ends. Yeah, according to the map. It's a beautiful neighborhood, right? A cul-de-sac? Sure. So you don't follow the car as it drives away, right? Right. Did you see a Porsche? I don't know. Eesh. Do you know the definition of a napping? Prosecution says objection. Judge says sustained. Were you told the homeowner was in the house shortly before and your partner got there? Objection overruled. The door was unlocked, right? Yes, it was. There was no furniture upended? Nothing in disarray, right? No, actually, not at all. You called it a trespass, not a burglary, right? Because objection, I think sustained. No report of theft, though, right? No. If you thought there was a pew-pew in that Escalade, you could have put out a bolo, right? Prosecution, objection, overruled. You didn't, though, right? Right, I didn't. Any mention of security cameras? I mean, I saw some. Kid Cudi wasn't hyperventilating or anything, was he? I mean, he was tense, I'd say. Did you search his Porsche? No, I didn't. It was 8:20 a.m., not 6:30 a.m., right? Yeah, right. Nothing further. No redirect. Wow. Crazy. Interesting, right? So this LAPD officer, Ignacio, which is interesting about the time too, that it was like 8:20 a.m. But but that doesn't matter about the time. But it's also interesting that they're trying to challenge what Kid Cudi said on the stand. Well, you know, like the part that is that where is it? Which I thought was interesting. Did you see a Porsche? Did you ever see a Porsche at all? And they're like, he's like, no, I didn't see. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know if I saw a Porsche. But Kid Cudi claims that he pulled up, saw the Escalade, freaked off, sped off. The other thing that they said, Brian Steele said, which is interesting, he said the streets there have dead ends, right? Like there's like cul-de-sacs and stuff. And the officer's like, yeah, it's a beautiful neighborhood, lots of cul-de-sacs and all that. So how would they have a high-speed chase if he was driving down the road in a direction where there was a cul-de-sac or a dead end? Very interesting. That's a very interesting thing. But one thing's for sure. It still doesn't change the fact that there was a black Cadillac Escalade leaving the scene of a supposed crime. Front door was open. Stuff was, things were unwrapped inside the home. It doesn't change really anything. Maybe the high-speed chase never really happened, even though it was short-lived. But at the same time, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. Did you see a Porsche? No, I don't think so. I don't remember. It doesn't change anything, guys. It doesn't. Okay. Oh, was furniture messed with? He's like, no. Right? Now, I wonder if they were to say, like, did they see a dog locked up in a bathroom or anything? No one asked that. You see what I'm saying? Things could still be messed with. I mean, if a dog was locked up in a bathroom, yeah, that's a little weird, right? But still, no matter what, things were messed with to a certain extent. No, he didn't go in there and smash things and put dookie on the walls and pee on the carpet and on the couch or anything. But at the same time, he did go in there and he's alleged of doing things in that house, right? So that is very, very interesting. So Jimenez, I don't know. But let's go into this. It's so we got fire department. Okay. So the arson investigator is called to his home in early 2012 to Kid Cudi's home. So arson investigator Lance Jimenez, I think is right. Jimenez. Anyway, Jimenez, anyway, recalled how he was dispatched to Kid Cudi's Los Angeles home and found a Molotov cocktail in the rapper's car. An engine company was already seen on January 9th, 2012, and found a Porsche with a foot-long cut on its canvas top. So he also reported a bottle with a burned handkerchief in the center console with the smell of gasoline. Look at that. That's crazy, right? And I mean, of course, we've already seen these pictures and all that. But again, crazy. Somebody dropped that in his car weeks later. Okay? Weeks later. So, bottle in Molotov cocktail didn't break, arson investigator said. So the damage to Kid Cudi's car was not as extensive as it could have been because of the Molotov cocktail, because it didn't shatter as it's likely intended to, Jimenez explained to the court. He testified that the cloth fell out and the bottle didn't break, which would have caused the gasoline inside the bottle to disperse. You know, that's what the whole Molotov cocktail is all about. So Jimenez told the court that fire bombs, in his experience, can cause significant damage. But for some reason, it still did damage. Okay, it definitely still did damage, but it didn't like make the whole car just go up in flames. You see what I'm saying? So clearly, somebody didn't know what the hell they were doing, which it's still a possibility. And listen, I'm not trying to knock on any females, okay? But maybe a female did this that's never done something like this before, right? Like first time doing something like this. I mean, it could be a guy too, but they said it's female DNA that they found on the scene or at the scene. So again, I'm wondering, could it be a girl that's never done something like that before, making the car go up in flames and not knowing that they're supposed to like throw it, you see what I'm saying, to make it shatter. So it really does some serious damage. This person just cut open the thing, lit it, and just dropped it in there. You see what I'm saying? So clearly, whoever did this didn't know what the hell they were doing. Sure, they knew to put the thing, gasoline in the bottle, put the handkerchief, light that, sets it on fire, but they didn't go and try to make sure it smashes so that it goes everywhere. They just cut the slit from on the top of that, the Porsche, and just drop that mug in, and that's it. So that's very interesting. Who could have done that then? Female DNA. So it could have been the girl who has no idea what the hell they were doing, but they were told to do something, and so they did it, right? So that's very interesting. And it could have been Gina. It could have very well been Gina. There's so many stories that are coming out now about Gina being made to do certain things to make certain things go away or to not get in trouble on certain things, blah, blah, blah. There's certain things that are coming out. Like Suge Knight said some things on an interview just last night. He was back on Cuomo, cursing up a storm. He said some things about the whole Capricorn Clark thing. I'm like, dang, you're just going to throw her under the bus like that. So in a way, maybe it is her. Maybe it wasn't her. I don't know. But she seems like the type, as you've seen, she's sitting there going like, I will do anything for him. I'll do anything for Diddy. She's sending him text messages and in emails basically saying like, come on, man, like get over it. We had our problems, but, bring me back. She keeps going back and working for Diddy. Why? Think about this for a second. I'm sorry, just real quick. Think about this for like 2 seconds. I didn't mean Gina. I mean Capricorn Clark. I'm sorry. This may be Capricorn Clark. Sorry. Capricorn Clark has been made to do certain things. My bad. Not Gina. Capricorn Clark. Let me just say all of that all over again. I mixed two people's names. What I mean is, allegedly Capricorn Clark was made to do certain things to make certain things go away for her personal life. But then, if you notice, she keeps going back to the job. Capricorn Clark. She keeps going back to the doggone job. Why? Sure, she can't get a job anywhere else, but why would anybody like Diddy give her a job back? Is it because she knows things? Does she have leverage over Diddy? Think about that for a second. Think about it. Is there a possibility that she was made to do certain things on his behalf? Remember, she's like, things would not be the same. Things would not be what you would not be in this position right now if you had me back on your team. If I was still in your life, you would not be locked up right now. She was saying those things too, right? Is it because she was willing to do anything for the guy? And he knew that? That she was literally willing to roll up her sleeves and do the dirty even after the fact? Diddy was out of town in another country when Kid Cudi's car went up in flames. Now, yes, there are also theories that this could very well have been Cassie as well, which is crazy. But I don't blame the theory. I don't blame the theory. But Diddy was nowhere near this when it went down. So there's something that I feel that was done. And it was done by someone for Diddy. A female for sure. Now, of course, definitely I would wonder if Kid Cudi would go through his Rolodex and just see if he's like scorned any women as well. Because let's be real. He's Kid Cudi. It's not like he's just some random dude. And it still doesn't matter. I mean, yes, guys can anger a lot of women out there, right? Double cross, cheat on them, treat them poorly, etc. But given the fact that he is Kid Cudi, what are the chances of him dating somebody and then next thing you know, it didn't go according to the plan and he just stopped calling them? You see what I'm saying? And that they're angry about it. Next thing you know, you got someone who is a woman scorned doing this. It could be that. Or it's Diddy. It's Diddy's influence. So again, like I said, something seems very interesting. Well, that's interesting too. Through thick and thin. Thank you so much for that information. Yeah. Did y'all not see her say that she worked for another company making 90 grand a year after Diddy and then went back? So yeah, she had a job, but then she went back to Diddy, right? But then the last time she left, that's when he was starting to blackball her. That's when she was getting blacklisted and all of that, to the point where she's like, I got to go back to him again. I can't work anywhere else. I was supposed to work for Chris Lighty. He ended up gone. Okay. I went to Interscope for thinking it was a job interview. And next thing you know, they're saying, keep away from Diddy. Huh? I thought this was a job interview. So his influence is everywhere, right? So she was starting to get blackballed later. So something's weird, right? Something's very weird. Something's weird. Female did this allegedly. Female DNA was on the scene. And clearly this is someone who doesn't know how to work a Molotov cocktail. Or maybe was scared and thinking, oh my gosh, it's going to blow. You know what I mean? It's going to blow up. Oh my gosh. And then just ran. You know what I mean? Too scared to just go, and then run. Right? those Molotov cocktails can do some serious damage. Okay. So that's something interesting. So here it is. The damage to his car, Kid Cudi's car, was not as extensive as it could have been because it did not shatter. That Molotov cocktail did not shatter. All right. And this is what Jimenez said to the court. He testified that the cloth fell out of the bottle when the bottle did not break, which have caused of course, the inside of the bottle to disperse. Okay. That's how it's done. I mean, if you watched enough movies where there's, action scenes and all that, if you've seen enough riot footage, you've seen a Molotov cocktail or two and how they actually work. This person did not know how to make it work. They just thought, oh, light it, just drop it, right? And maybe they were hoping that by dropping it inside the top of the from the tarp of the car, that it would just shatter, and it didn't. And they're like, oh, damn, well, it's done. Got to go. You know what I mean? It would have been wild if she dropped it in there and it just went in, like the fire just goes out. It's like, whoo, whoo. That's the only one I have. Now I got to go back to Walmart, get another bottle. I got to go to, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't have enough money. Damn. Now I got to go to a Quick Trip, get a Snapple bottle. All right. Get a napkin and figure this whole thing out all over again. Damn. No doubt this was an intentionally set fire, the arson investigator said. Jimenez called the fire set inside Kid Cudi's car a targeted crime. It was clear that an attacker took a bottle of gasoline, put a cloth in it, set it on fire, and dropped it into the rapper's Porsche, according to the LAFD investigator. I personally felt that it was targeted. Arson is among the acts listed in the racketeering conspiracy allegations against Combs. Now, here's the thing. I got to hit it again. Oh, my God. Here's the thing, though. We got to talk about this. Sure. It's saying, look, arson is part of the list of the racketeering conspiracy, right? Allegations. This is all connected. It's all connected, man. Well, here's the thing, though. How are they going to connect this to Diddy? Prosecution. Tell me something. How are you going to connect the arson to Diddy? How you going to do it? How you going to do it? That's the question. How you going to connect it? How you going to connect the dots? Please, someone tell me something. Tell me how they're going to connect those dots. Because right now, Diddy is somewhere else. Are they going to figure this out? Is this going to be like a Perry Mason situation? You know what I mean? Is this going to be another, like a Perry Mason thing? You were there holding the Molotov cocktail. Yes, I was. I love him. You know what I mean? Are we waiting for that moment? Because they need to connect these things. If Diddy was out of town, if Diddy was gone, how are they going to connect it to this guy? The only thing we've heard so far from defense is they're like, do you know anything about the DNA? Kid Cudi's like, nah, man, no. Well, the DNA came back as female. You know what I mean? And that definitely is a... So everyone's like, clutch my pearls, a female? Who's the female? And is this female connected to the diddler? You can't just go on conspiracy. You can't just go on speculation. You can't. You can't. So who is it? Sure, let's be real. Why would two crimes happen on Kid Cudi, on his property and his belongings, okay, within weeks of each other? You can't tell me that he angered two separate people. Another girl and Diddy, right? Or Diddy, then 2 weeks later, he angers another girl so much that she makes, random girl, by the way, that she goes, I'm gonna set it's on fire, F his porch, right? Right? Sure, that possibility is there, but it would be wild. He angered two people so bad within weeks of each other. Man, he had a bad start of the year. That was a bad holiday. Real talk. Weeks of each other. He angered somebody so much. Besides Diddy, that they go out of their way to get a bottle filled up with gasoline, get a napkin, light that napkin on fire, cut open his thing at the top of his Porsche, and drops that thing in there so they can set it on fires. Completely disconnected from Diddy? No relation at all to Diddy's situation. I'm telling you, that's not possible. I don't see it. Now, I know some other you guys will be like, no, that's wrong, man. You effing up. You wrong, man. They could be two different things. Sure. It's possible that it could be two different things, two disgruntled lovers for two completely different things, situations, but still so weird. That's weird, right? Am I the only one who sees that being weird? He pisses off two people within weeks of each other to the point that they want to cause crimes on his property? I just don't see it, guys. I believe that this is connected. It's easy math. All right. We don't need to complicate 2 + 2 =. I'll let you finish the sum. Okay. I'll let you finish the equation. But it's not that hard. What is the thing? I forgot the name. What's the name? I forgot the phrase or like the name of this, but sometimes the answer is the easiest one. What's that called? It's like not ocular, I forgot what it's called, but the meaning is like sometimes the easiest answer is the answer. Yes, Occam's razor. Thank you, man. Y'all so smart. Okay, Occam's. I think it's Occam's razor. But yes. Yeah, I was trying to be sir, yeah, I was, yeah, that's also common sense too, but I was trying to be smart there, okay? But it's Occam's razor, okay? Occam's razor is the simplest answer is the best explanation, or the easiest explanation is the simplest answer, right? So again, when we look at something like this, okay, yeah, we learning things today, guys. Aside from, and yes, common sense is definitely the answer there too, okay? But it is Occam's razor, all right? I was just trying to be smart, okay? I was just trying to be smart, and I'm trying to, teach you guys something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And the more you know, you're welcome. Like I said, quinquennial. Let's not forget that phrase or that word that we learned just the other day. Okay. But anyway, this is what we're here for. This is what we're here for. Okay. So again, I'm curious. Sometimes the sometimes the best explanation is the easiest one. Sometimes the best answer is the easiest explanation, or the easiest answer, right? So again, Occam's razor. So I look at this and I'm like, well, just 2 weeks before that, this dude walked in. Yeah, if it looks like a duck and squawks like a duck, then it must be a dolphin. But you know what I mean, okay? 2 weeks before, Diddy breaks into his home. We'll just say allegedly for right now, even though his Bad Boy Records car, his company car, was seen outside of Kid Cudi's home. Sure, the defense is going to try to move the goalpost to make it seem like, well, just because his car was out there does not mean he was actually in the car. But let me tell you something. that was him. Okay. Why would Capricorn Clark call frantic and all that stuff? Why would she witness later Cassie getting viciously attacked by Diddy after she goes and picks her up from Kid Cudi? Right? I digress. The simplest answer could very well be the answer. It's easy math. So again, yes, streetwise, easy answer. Court-wise, not so easy. Why? He could sit there and act like he didn't do a damn thing because he wasn't there. I wasn't there. I was not there. In fact, I was in another country. I was nowhere near this situation. So whatever happened, and I'm sorry for your car, bro, but I don't know what you're talking about. Because technically, he was not there. See what I'm saying? He's disconnecting himself from that situation. Now, here's the other thing, too. The alleged DNA that was found in the car could be anything. He's Kid Cudi. He is not only just a star, but he also is a man. Sorry. He got needs too. What are the possibilities of DNA being found in the car being some other girl he was dating? What if it's DNA that's Cassie's because she was in the car at one time? You see what I'm saying? But they threw that in to throw the jury off. You see what I'm saying? Oh, deniability. There it is. It's a female. It's not him. He was somewhere else. So if the DNA in there is female, ooh, you see what I'm saying? This is when it turns into the dun 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 type stuff, right? I'm gonna give you guys a break on all the sound effects for a little bit here now, but you know what I mean, okay? It is very interesting, and I don't know why there isn't any new updates. Damn, did they go on a lunch break or something? Diggity damn. So let's take a look at this. All right, and again, guys, do me a favor, do me a solid. All right. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. All right. Let's see where we're at. Because I see a bunch of y'all in here, and I appreciate all y'all being here. It really does mean the world to me. Let's get it to 1K. Can we get it to 1K? It helps the show. It helps the platform. Okay. You're helping a brother out, and that would be amazing. Okay. So let's get it to 1K. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. And then, of course, do not forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe. Okay. We in this 169, y'all. Okay, we in the 69. You know what I'm saying? No? Okay. Well, when a man loves a woman, or a woman loves a woman, or a man loves a man, I got to put it all in there just to keep it fair. They do this thing. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. You might have to talk to your parents. Okay. But moving on. Mommy, what's 69? It's like, damn. Pascal. Anyway, moving on. But we in the 169s though. We're almost at 170. Well, we're not almost at 170, but we almost there. Okay? So please, hit that like button down below. Don't forget to subscribe. Yeah. Big said upside down loving. Yeah. Okay. I'm done. Let's thank you so much for breaking that down for me. Is that what you told your kids too? It's like, Daddy, what's 69? Upside down loving. That's all you said. That's all you said. And the kid goes, oh, okay. I get it. I understand. Let's get it back in here, okay? I'm still waiting on updates. We got nothing as far as updates, okay? They're moving for a mistrial. Say what? Wait a second, what? Hold on. No! Yeah, I'm dead too, man. Okay, let's get back into this, all right? Wait a second. Okay, let's catch up, okay? Because they're not saying anything in this right now. It's been 41 minutes since an update from NBC News. So let's take a look at what's going on in the transcript. Okay. And again, shout out to Inner City Press. He is a freaking beast. I'd love to get him on the show. All right. To get his opinions on what's going on here. All right. But anyway, let's get into this. So they call Arson, LA Arson investigator Jimenez. Okay. So he says, how many fires, or prosecution says, how many fires have you investigated? 100 a year. Everything between mansions to dumpster fires, like this trial. Moving on. LA is pretty crazy. Yeah, it is. It's LA. Did you respond as an expert to an auto fire at Kid Cudi's home? He says, yes. There was a cut in the roof of the Porsche. What about inside the Porsche? Burnt patterns inside. Any items? Well, there was a bottle on the front seat and a handkerchief that was burned, a lighter that was on the ground. They even left the lighter behind. Why do you do that? Who does that? Who's so dumb that they would leave the lighter behind? No, think about this, because here's the thing. If you're not wearing gloves and you're setting a car on fire, why? Because you're holding this lighter in your hand as you're turning on, like lighting up a freaking handkerchief, right? So why would you drop the thing and then just drop the freaking lighter? Who does that? You're leaving evidence at the scene of the potential evidence at the scene of the crime. Your fingerprints could still be on the doggone lighter. What the hell? Stupid. See what I'm saying? Really? You really think a veteran of crime did this? I doubt it. This is a woman that didn't know what the hell they were doing. Didn't. And yeah, that's hella nerves. Okay? That's a woman who didn't know what they were doing, and they were so nervous that they dropped the mother-loving lighter and left it at the scene of the crime. Have mercy. Moving on. Okay. I'm done. Who does that? Who does that? I feel like that's what Diddy said as he's overseas, wherever he is. You know, everything go good. Yeah, but I left the lighter. You left the lighter? Why do you leave the lighter? Why? Anyway, what hypothesis did you draw? I mean, it was signs of a Molotov cocktail. How did you think it got in? Well, I mean, you can see in the photos, someone lit it, cut the roof, and then dropped it in. Let me show you some photos. This is the black Porsche that was burned, or this is the black Porsche. So what do you see in here that was burned? He was like, yes. Yes, that's the Porsche. What kind of bottle was used? That's a weird sentence. I'm assuming this is the black Porsche that we're talking about, right? The one that got burned. Yes. What kind of bottle was used? OE, malt liquor. It could have been anything else, man. OE. Come on. They brought in a 40, man. Yeah, man. This is some old school stuff. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Some OE? Old English 800 malt liquor. And the wick? A designer type scarf. Silky. In my opinion, this was targeted. So even so, this was like Bougetto. This was Bougetto. This was ghetto and bougie as hell. This was Bougetto. You have the OE bottle, okay? Empty OE bottle that's filled with gasoline. You got the designer, like probably it's like Gucci or Versace, okay? Hermes. in the doggone silk handkerchief. You couldn't go into the dollar store and gotten just a regular ass handkerchief. But no, you got a designer type handkerchief, a scarf to be exact, that's silky. A woman most definitely did. This is Bougetto, okay? Bougetto. All right, this is bougie and ratchet at the same time. Yes, thank you. You can't write this stuff. Oh my God. OE, come on, man. What are we, boys in the hood? And then all of a sudden, at the same time, a designer type scarf, silky. And here's the other thing too. Isn't silk kind of tough to burn? Isn't it kind of tough to burn silk? Isn't it? Like it doesn't go in flames. It just kind of smolders, right? So they may have used the wrong freaking. Like I get the OE because it's a big bottle, right? That's a big bottle, but the OE that just kills me. Like I'm waiting for and then there was a bottle of Hennessy on the side of the road. You see what I'm saying? I'm waiting for that kind of crap. It's Bougetto. That was Bougetto. Okay. Yes, Bougetto at its absolute finest, adjusting my crown. Absolutely. This is Bougetto. Right here is Bougetto. Okay, sorry. Let me concentrate. A designer silk scarf. Who does that? Rich people do. Okay? Rich people do. Let's move on, though. Who did this? And they found whatever they could find in their crib. That's basically what it is. Like I said, I'm waiting for the Hennessy bottle to be in somewhere in that place. I don't know. Blasting boozy in the background or something. I don't know. But my Lord, this is ridiculous. All right, moving on. So I'm sorry. If I was, I would kill to be in that room right now. I don't know if I'd be able to hold myself. I don't know if I'd be able to contain myself. I'd be laughing so much throughout this entire trial, aside from the very dark, messed up, and sad stuff. But I'm saying all the other stuff that's happened, like the nut juice on chesticles. I don't know if I'd be able to hold myself, like contain myself. I probably guffaw. Yeah, I said it really loud at one point. Because the OE just took me out. Let's move on. The partial DNA profile, which is good. I'm glad that they're talking about this. Thank God. The partial DNA profile was it consistent with a female contributor. He says, I was told that. Interesting. Do you know what that means? No, I don't. Do you know if it's possible to touch an item without leaving DNA? Objection. Judge says sustained. All right. What happened to the print cards? Hold on. What happened to the print cards? They were destroyed in 2012. What? On whose orders? Someone in LAPD. What? Not you or anyone on your team? Then defense Agnifilo says, I'm going to object to all of this. Can we please have a sidebar? Judge says, all right, then, if you want to shoot, you want a sidebar, come through. So, sidebar time. Wow. After the sidebar, jurors, we're trying to sync up. We don't have to take a break. Okay, moving on. Oh, why don't we take a break? I'm sorry. Why don't we take a break? So they do take a break. Interesting. Combs exits as well with marshals into the holding cell. So Agnifilo says, let me get him. Combs gets brought back in. Ms. Slavic, what was the purpose of getting into that? Prosecution says they are questioning the investigation, so we're entitled to ask this. Judge says, when I heard the questions, I assumed they were going to be the line of cross-examination about the fingerprint cards, like the DNA or like about the DNA. But that does not appear to be the case. So I'm thinking of telling the jurors to disregard. Then Agnifilo goes, this is outrageous. So Agnifilo continues. We are considering what remedies to ask for. Let me speak with my colleague. They implied that someone in this courtroom was responsible for the destruction of those fingerprint cards. They intended, then prosecution says they intended to attack the investigation. So they go on recess. Wait, hold on. So one thing I'm trying to understand, and maybe somebody, one of my smart family, one of you guys in the family chat, because you guys are all wicked smart equations and ish on the wall. Someone explain this to me. How is it bad that they were talking about the possibility of someone actually tampering with that information, with the fingerprint cards? I think it's crazy, like going all the way back real quick. They were destroyed in 2012. They were destroyed within the same year that this crime happened. Why were they destroyed? I feel like that's a very important piece of information. And if it happens to have anything to do with Diddy, that's a big deal. Again, here's the other thing too, because then it shows that Diddy has some sort of in on the LAPD. Oh my golly. Think about this. You remember all the allegations that Diddy has been accused of in the past. There's been, you remember the one, there was Ashley Parham, okay? Remember Ashley Parham? She alleges of being viciously attacked by a group of men, not only just, men and women, not only just Diddy, but KK, Drewski, Antonio Brown, I think is the other guy in the list of co-conspirators, right? She says not only just about the baby oil being laced and all that stuff, which clearly, at least when Cassie was around, did not exist. But what's interesting about this is that she says that LAPD, when she got away from the situation, right? When she got away from the craziness and these crimes, police were there, but they weren't willing to take her reports. She had to go to a different police department to file anything because she said that those cops were being paid on Diddy, that they were all on Diddy's payroll, right? That he may have an in on our best and brightest, okay? The ones that protect and serve us, right? Not sitting here saying, because still her story is wild. Okay, a pew pew came out. There was a whole firefight. Okay, all that stuff. It was pretty insane, her story. But one thing's for sure, she said that these LAPD officers were on his payroll. Now we all looked at that, going, she might have been a little bit, on something, coming down from whatever she came down from, whatever Diddy gave her. But now they're sitting here saying that there's a possibility that Diddy had some sort of influence in getting evidence destroyed. Because why would that evidence be destroyed? No evidence should be destroyed. It should stay. It should be locked up somewhere in the corner somewhere. Ain't that weird? So look at this. What happened to those print cards? Hold on. Let's go back a little bit. The partial DNA profile, because you remember the defense was very quick to put that information out into the brains, plant that seed into the brains of the jury in the very beginning. When they talked about Kid Cudi, or when they talked to Kid Cudi, right? They were quick to drop that seed very fast. Why? Because they want to throw the jury off and go, wait a second. If Diddy wasn't there and it was a female, then it has nothing to do with Diddy. Moving on, right? So here's the thing. I'm glad prosecution brought this up, and I think this is massive because it shows that Diddy has people on his payroll that are beyond just his security guards. And here's the thing. The defense is freaking the F out. Thank you so much, Lats. Lats. Okay, thank you so much. It was Odell Beckham. Sorry. I was like, is it Antonio Brown or is it? Yeah, so it was Odell Beckham. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for correcting that. So Ashley Parham's lawsuit, she alleges Drewski, Odell Beckham Jr., KK, and a slew of other people were in this room, turning her body into a slip and slide and all that. It's pretty crazy. Okay, and Diddy was there, using a remote on her and all that stuff. It's devastating and crazy stuff. Okay, but nonetheless, she literally said that those police officers, they weren't listening to her. They weren't taking her reports down. They weren't even asking or interrogating her at all. They didn't care. Now, again, what she said could be fake or it could be real. Don't know. But one thing that's very interesting about this is that prosecution is now bringing that up. And the defense is tripping balls right now because they don't want that type of narrative out there because it's going to throw off their fight. Their narrative that they want to show that Diddy's an innocent man and he'd never do stuff like this and all that, right? This is not good. So that's why they're like, Your Honor, sidebar, sir, Your Honor. You know what I mean? They're tripping right now because what prosecution is trying to elude is that Diddy has cops on his payroll. And that he had somebody within the system destroy those print cards because somebody who did this has some sort of connection to Diddy. I'm going to hit it again. Let's take a look at this. So they say partial DNA profile, right? There was a partial DNA profile from this, what the prosecution said. So was it consistent with a female contributor? He says, I was told that. I'm going to repeat that again. The partial DNA profile, was it consistent with a female contributor? This person within LAPD also is, of course, part of arson investigation for the Los Angeles Fire Department, says, I was told that. He didn't see it with his own two eyes. He just heard it through the grapevine. Do you know what that means? He says, no, I don't know what that means if it's, that it was a female contributor. Do you know if it's possible to touch an item without leaving DNA? Basically trying to say, like, maybe it was a guy. Maybe it was Diddy. Maybe it was someone that works for Diddy, and it was a male. There's a possibility that it could have been male. You mean to tell me that you can't? Is it possible to leave something behind without leaving any DNA? Defense gets quick on it and says, whoa, objection. Whoa, don't even, no. Don't you even try. Don't you even try it, right? So he says sustained. Then they continue on. All right, that's fine. So then you tell me, what happened to the print cards? Where are they at? They were destroyed the same year that this crime occurred. Wasn't destroyed 8 years, 10 years later. No. This happened in the same year that this crime occurred. So prosecution says, okay, so they were destroyed. They were destroyed in 2012. Wait, why were they destroyed? Who ordered that? Who made that happen? Jimenez says someone in LAPD. So prosecution's like, okay, so just to make this very clear, you mean to tell me They destroyed the print cards. You say it was someone in LAPD, but you're not the one who ordered the destruction of those print cards, and no one else in your team too, right? No one else? So who ordered that, right? What does defense do? They're quick on it. Oh, hell no. No. We need a sidebar. We need a sidebar right now. We need a sidebar right now because that's wrong. You're not going to, no, because you're trying to allude to the fact that, that my client, they say, instead of them saying my client, they're saying that, where is it? That you're trying to imply that someone in this courtroom was responsible for the destruction of those fingerprint cards, aka his client. He's not saying, oh, you're making it seem like Diddy. No. They're not even saying that, because God forbid they say anything like that. So that's what they're saying. You're implying, wait a second, someone in this courtroom is responsible for the destruction of those fingerprint cards. Come on now, y'all. Come on now. They're freaking the F out right now. And I guarantee you they're trying to sit there and say, oh, we need a mistrial. Yeah, we need a mistrial. Why? Because they got him. Let's continue. Let's see if there's anything more. We're going to go into NBC News 2 here in a second. Or NBC here in a second as well. Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. Let's bring him back in. Okay, yeah, there's still nothing so far. Hold on, let me just make sure. Okay, recess. Oh, okay, cool. So they're back. So my intent is to strike from the record any testimony about the fingerprint cards, which is boo. Okay, and the destruction of them. I will note that the only answers were what the witness knew about the destruction. I sustained the objection to. I have sustained the objection to if it was abnormal. So, defense says we're going to move for a mistrial. Woo! At this time, based on the prosecutorial misconduct that has occurred. Some prospective jurors said Diddy could buy his way out. This type of conspiracy is out there, and this bought into it. I guess is out there, and this is bought into it. So, defense also said they should have ended with when the fingerprint cards were destroyed, but they asked, did he authorize it? There's no way to unring this bell. The only proper remedy here is a mistrial. Whoa! So prosecution's like, this is absolutely unwarranted. This is absolutely ridiculous. Come on. It was Agnifilo who wanted to inquire about the DNA into the investigation. Your Honor, Your Honor can just say that the jurors should not draw any inference from the destruction of the fingerprint cards. Application for mistrial is denied. Good God. Do you see how much they are like? The defense is freaking the F out. I don't care what you think. I don't care if you think Diddy is innocent. I don't care if you think that they're trying to bulldoze Diddy for nothing. He's an innocent man. They are trying everything they can. Any little tiny moment that they have, they're like, nope. Mistrial. This is a mistrial, guys. This is a mistrial, guys. This is a mistrial. Why? Because they're asking questions. You brought up the whole conversation. Listen, guys, listen. The defense brought up the whole conversation about the DNA in the first place. Oh, did you know that the DNA was female? Kid Cudi, did you not know? And then Kid Cudi's like, I didn't know. So that's news to me, right? Did you not know? Are you not entertained? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous, right? The other day they freaked out because I forgot what they were actually freaking out about, like talking about that they were asking for a mistrial. Oh, about Kid Cudi and his concerns for his well-being. And they're like, well, what they're about to ask is that he's worried about losing his life. And the judge is like, that question has never been asked, but they're about to. I can sense it. I can smell it in the air. And it's like, that never was answered. That never happened. Shut the hell up. Sit down. Mistrial request denied. Here's the other thing too. Somebody just said, oh, the judge is biased. No. In fact, he just said, the jury, please disregard the question about it being like who authorized the destruction, all that stuff. Ignore all that. Just know that the fingerprint cards were destroyed. Let's move on, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with the prosecution asking that question about, hey, fingerprint cards are gone. Why are they gone? Did you do it? Did someone else do it? Who authorized the destruction of the cards? I feel like that is a fair question to ask, because why would that stuff suddenly disappear? That seems weird. That's evidence and that's information that should still be on record right now to this day, but it's not. That's weird. I don't think the prosecution did anything wrong here. They didn't step over the line. They didn't do anything. There's no grounds for mistrial. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But let's move on. So, of course, thank God he said mistrial is denied. So he says, I sustained the objections when raised. The jurors have already been told that questions are not evidence. So, defense, Your Honor should tell the juror or jury that the questions were improper. And then prosecution's like, no, they weren't improper. They weren't improper, you could say. Disregard both. Will the court tell the jurors that the answers are not to be considered? I'll tell them that the answers or the questions and answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant in this case and not to be considered. See? So he's like, all right, I will ask him to just forget those parts. So then Shapiro says, thank you, Your Honor. So all rise. And the jury's not even there yet. Tripping. Jury comes back in. Jurors, the questions and answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant to the case and are not to be considered by you. All right? Please proceed. So they continue. Prosecution. That's crazy. This is crazy, y'all. Did you interview the owner of the Porsche? Kid Cudi? Yeah, I did. Did you reach out to others? I reached out to an assistant. Her name was Capricorn. Then I'm going to object. Rephrase. Who did you reach out to? Capricorn and Cassie Ventura. Did Capricorn Clark respond or assist? No, she didn't at all. How did you reach out to Cassie? I wasn't able to reach her by phone, so we tried through an actual family member. Did you actually reach her at all? No, I never did. Were charges brought? No, but I never closed the case. It's listed as inactive. Prosecution says nothing further. Let's go over to NBC News. I'm sure they're going to have so much more information here. All right. So they say fingerprint evidence was destroyed. Witness testifies. The trial came to a dramatic pause when Jimenez revealed that some of the fingerprints lifted during the trespassing probe were destroyed. The defense argued that all testimony about lost fingerprints should be stricken from the record because the inference could be that Diddy had something to do with it. It's clear that it has something to do with Diddy. Diddy has something to do with this for sure. Let's just be real. But again, they're desperate and they're scared and they don't want more speculation out there on their client. But Diddy's already looking really, really bad. And here's the other thing. The damage is already done because the questions were already asked. Let's just say that too. I'm just letting you know. The questions were already asked. Just so you know. Moving on. What the government has done is outrageous. This is what Mark F. Agnifilo said. So the judge agreed with the defense and struck mentions of the lost fingerprints. But again, like I said, it's done. They already asked these questions. So no matter what, it is already in the minds of the jury. Okay? Jury already has this in their brains. They're like, wait a second. That's interesting. Fingerprints cards have been destroyed. Why were they destroyed? Right? Why were they destroyed? I feel like that's a normal question that I feel like everybody should be asking. Right? Why were they destroyed? It makes no sense. Hold on. Quick drink. Excuse me. So again, question was already asked. I'm sure it's going to be in the minds of the jury now too. And again, I get the defense's point. Their argument basically saying some of these jurors feel like Diddy could pay his way out of this situation, out of this whole trial. And now you're seeing proof positive of possibly someone getting paid to destroy fingerprint cards from inside the LAPD. That shows so much corruption, potential corruption, that this is insane. But anyway, and it could all lead back to Diddy, but they're really trying hard to not have that come back to bite them right in the ears. So let's get into this. Defense moves for mistrial, but gets swiftly denied by the judge. So his legal team, Diddy's legal team, moved for a mistrial, accusing the prosecution of misconduct over the implication that Diddy may have destroyed fingerprint evidence. The judge ruled that the testimony from the arson investigator would be struck, but Shapiro, one on Diddy's team, okay, said the jury will be left with the impression regardless. Yeah, they are. That's already there. It's already done. What prosecution said? They said what they said. And now it's going to be in their brains. It doesn't matter if they go, forget what you saw, jury. They're going to be like, but we can't. That's huge. You know what I mean? What happened to the fingerprint cards? Why did this happen? Why were they destroyed? Right? Prosecution argued that there were good faith questions regarding the investigation into the firebombing of Kid Cudi's car. So the judge denied the motion for a mistrial, saying there was no objections on the line of questioning up until that point, and no testimony that was prejudicial in any way, shape, or form. He added that it was plausible to raise the fingerprint cards during the direct questioning of the witness because the defense was likely to bring up the fact that the evidence in the investigation was destroyed. And again, I mean, if they're going to talk about it, why can't prosecution talk about it? You see what I'm saying? They may not go a step further and go, well, who could have possibly done that? Who, what do you think? What happened? How did this stuff get destroyed? How did the fingerprint stuff get destroyed? That doesn't make any sense. But you mean to tell me that the defense could sit there and go, well, the DNA says there's a lady, and talk about all this extra stuff to poke holes in the defense's, in the prosecution's argument, but the prosecution can't get ahead of them and ask the questions that they're pretty much going to, bring up anyway? Like I said, that's interesting. And again, depending on what those fingerprint cards actually had, but like what they contained, if they're not Diddy's fingerprints, it still does not mean that Diddy did anything. But if it is somebody he works with, or if it's Cassie even, I don't know. Anything's possible, right? Because it could have been Cassie. He could have threatened her and said, hey, you're going to go and do this right now, girl. Or you're going to have a hard time with me. You know what I'm saying? That's still possible too. She could have done it too. out of force. That could be possible. Or she could have done it just to start ish. That's possible too. But anyway, okay, let's continue on. So the investigator testifies he couldn't reach Cassie or Capricorn Clark. So Jimenez testified that he wanted to interview possible witnesses who were connected to Diddy, but was greeted by silence. He especially wanted to interview Cassie at the time, okay, or Cassie, okay, and his assistant, Capricorn Clark, but they never returned his phone calls or answered the front door when the investigator knocked in person. That's interesting as well. And here's the thing. Some people could look at this situation and wonder why? Like, why wouldn't they pick up the phone and talk to, why would they not talk to investigators about this? Like, even her answer, even Capricorn Clark's answer was a little bit sketchy in my personal opinion. She said, I just wanted to be over it. But there's an ongoing investigation and you're not talking about it to investigators. Why wouldn't you talk about it? I could see some people looking at that and going, wait a second. Like, I know Maymag just said, fear. True. That's true. But there's also another part that maybe they had something to do with it. And maybe that's why they didn't want to talk about it. And maybe they did do it out of fear. You got to remember, Diddy did say to Capricorn, you better let everybody know. You better let those two know. If my name ever gets brought up in a police record, in a police report, I'm taking all y'all lives, right? He said that, allegedly by Capricorn. So why wouldn't we think in our minds that there's a possibility that he went up to Cassie and Capricorn and said, I need to go and F up his car. And I want people to see it. That's a possibility. And if you don't do that, I'm gonna mess with all y'all lives. Your lives will be over at this point. That's possible. That is possible. Why would they suddenly not, like, why would they be dodging investigation to this car going up in flames? That's, like I said, it's weird. You know, and again, it's possible that it's like, yo, this was your mess, y'all. You're going to go fix it. You know what you're going to do? You're going to go and get this Molotov cocktail and you're going to set his car on fire. That's what you're going to do. And if you don't do that, oh, don't even come back here. Don't even go back to your own home. I'll make sure all your stuff's out on the front lawn. You feel me? I'm just saying. So his testimony could go to the government's obstruction of justice allegations against Diddy. So let's go. And like I said, I don't see a problem with that question. A black glove was found inside Kid Cudi's car, investigators said. A single black driving glove was found in the back seat of Kid Cudi's car, Jimenez said. So he testified that the glove belonged to Kid Cudi. Okay. And that it was not sent out for testing as part of the investigation. So the defense asked if the person who dropped the Molotov cocktail in the Porsche was potentially wearing a glove. And Jimenez said that was possible. So again, I mean, you know, I think it's really funny how people with like really nice rides, they drive with like driver gloves. I don't know why. I don't know why people do that. Fellas, why do you do that? Like, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. I still don't understand why people drive, like, especially when they get that new whip, like it's like that Aston Martin, you know, they get their cherry. It's like the cherry ride. Like, woo, look at that ride. They suddenly just need leather driving gloves. I just don't get it. Honestly, I don't. All right. But hey, do you, boo-boo? Okay. But it's still weird. And again, they say black glove found inside the car that is believed to be Kid Cudi's gloves. Okay. And then still possible. Yes, it is possible that somebody used gloves to do this so that it didn't come back to bite them in the butt. But again, like I said, why leave the lighter behind? I just don't get it. Excuse me. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's all for a look. When they do that, the driving gloves, I just think it's weird. Like I said, it's just like, you just drive your car. You know what I'm saying? Like you about to leave, you're like, oh, I forgot my driver's gloves. Who cares? Drive your mother loving car. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me. That is just me. Let's see what Inner City Press has said. So Cross. Okay. There was DNA. There was a DNA hit on the glass bottle for female DNA. And this is, of course, Agnifilo. And so he's like, there was a female DNA found on the bottle, correct? Jimenez says, yes. True. Do you remember when the results came back? Maybe 6 months later? The test on the bottle. It was actually important, right? That's an important piece, right? Yes, it is. What does it mean? Partial DNA female. Honestly, I have no idea. I was told if we had a suspect, we could test against it. So any other DNA found on the bottle? Objection from prosecution. So judge says, can you please rephrase that? So DX 852, sample DX 852. Can you just show that just for the witness? That's a glove, right? Yeah. Did you ever find the other glove? No. Did you test the glove for DNA? No, I didn't, because I understood that it belonged to the actual owner, and it was just a driving glove. So your premise was that the Molotov cocktail was dropped. Do you think the person who dropped it would have worn a glove? I mean, that's possible. It would have been hot, right? Wearing that kind of glove. Only the wick would be hot, not the glass. The damage, it's on both sides of the bottle, right? Looks like it. Did Kid Cudi have more than just one Porsche? I think he had a second one in the garage. Why isn't that in your report? It wasn't involved. It was in the garage. So I don't need to report that, right? So again, interesting. Let me see what's going on with the CNNs. Hold on. Yeah. Judge denies motion for mistrial. Defense Shapiro says the defense moves for a mistrial based on prosecutorial misconduct. Some prospective jurors said during the jury selection that they believed Diddy could buy his way out of things. Shapiro said, this type of conspiracy theory is out there, and the type of implication we believe these questions are designed to create plays right into that. I mean, I think every juror believes that Diddy can pay his way out of anything. And I believe he has. Clearly he has. We've already seen that proof positive, right? Let's continue on. So arson investigator disputes claim that contact with Capricorn Clark, was linked to female DNA found on bottle. Interesting. So on cross, Agnifilo suggested that arson investigator Jimenez contacted Capricorn Clark in March of 2012 after receiving test results that revealed partial DNA, female DNA, recovered from the glass bottle. Jimenez disagreed, saying he doesn't believe the timing was related. So he's like, no, I don't think that she had anything. Me hitting her up has nothing to do with the DNA that was found on the bottle. I was reaching out to her for other reasons. Jury has shown photos of a black glove in Kid Cudi's car. All right. So he says the investigator says he didn't recall finding a second glove inside the car. He said he didn't send the glove for DNA testing or collect it as evidence because Kid Cudi said it was his driving glove. So he's like, hey, he wasn't there during the crime. Why would anyone go and use his driving glove to drop a Molotov cocktail into his already locked in car? So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. You know what I mean? It's very weird. Nonetheless. Let's see if there's anything more. Nothing so far. Let's see what Washington Post has to say. Agnifilo, everybody. They got quite the uphill battle ahead of them for sure. So, let's see here. So the debate over the destroyed fingerprint cards raged on a bit longer over how the judge will instruct the jury to disregard the testimony they heard minutes earlier, which is going to be tough. Like I said, that's going to be tough for them to not listen to or to forget. Okay. Diddy's attorney, Shapiro, asked the judge to tell the jurors that questions the government asked before the break were quote unquote improper. The government objected to any language that would impugn its prosecutors in front of the jury. So he said he would instruct them to disregard the testimony about the destruction of the cards and blah, blah, blah. Let's continue on here. Man, they're a little slow on the up and up, but okay. So arson investigator Jimenez said the case of the 2012 firebombing of his car, Kid Cudi's car, remains open, but attempts to reach out to people of interest went nowhere. Like I said, that is weird. I'm sorry, y'all. That is weird. Why would they suddenly, be all up in this, in the conversation, be all up in the situation, and then suddenly car goes up in flames, and then suddenly it's like, oh, I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to talk to 5-0. I don't want to talk to any arson investigators. No, nothing. I'm not picking up any phones, which is weird, right? Now, I get it. They could be avoiding police out of straight up fear, but I could see how some jurors might look at that and go, maybe they had something to do with the car going up in flames. Right? But moving on. So he testified that he reached out to Capricorn Clark about a half a dozen times, but she never responded. Jimenez said he also reached out unsuccessfully to Cassie, including through a family member. In his view, Jimenez said the fire was set deliberately and it was targeted. Let's see if we got anything new. Yes, we do. Were you able to reach Capricorn Clark or Cassie Ventura when you reached out? And this is what defense just asked. He says, in the first few weeks, he says, are you sure? Tell us everything about these calls. I believe Capricorn's brother answered, and we disagreed. Wonder what they disagreed about. And once Kid Cudi told you that it was his glove, you didn't investigate that glove anymore, correct? I did not. Nothing further. Redirect. When did you, then prosecution comes back. When did you speak with Kid Cudi? The same day that the car went up in flames. Nothing further. Oh boy, yeah, people are saying this is like the O.J. Simpson trial of the quinquennial. This is very interesting, guys. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just patiently waiting, guys. See if there's anything up. I think the biggest thing here is the part that they move for a mistrial. Okay, for sure. That's the big as far as this particular testimony. I think that this is the biggest that was the biggest moment because that was a big tell. They instantly were like, "Oh, objection, objection! How dare you say those things? We move for a mistrial." Hell no, we don't want them. No, we do not need the prosecution, the feds, to imply that Diddy has people on payroll in the LAPD. Oh, hell no. Hell to the no. That to me made me think that they were showing their cards a little bit. Don't you think? Just saying. They were showing their cards a lot a bit. Let me get some of these super chats here really quick as we wait. Okay, hold on. Let me just refresh this real quick just to see if there's anything. Any updates? Okay. Next witness. Hold on. Let's get into this. So they say the government calls Deontay Nash. Are you here under subpoena? Nash says yes. Who is Deontay Nash? Hold on. Who the is Deontay Nash? Hold on, I'm getting the information off on another screen here. One second, guys. Shimon, baby, where is he at? Deontay Nash. Deontay Nash is a stylist and friend of Cassie Ventura. Okay, and that's all they say. He's a stylist and friend of Cassie. Interesting. All right. Well, we're going to get to that in a second. Let me just grab some of these super chats here real quick. Big Migs, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the coverage and your comedic timing is perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate all the support. Seriously. Ella Ray, thank you so much. Amazing content. Been watching since the start of this trial. Turns out Americans can't say my name. Oh, so then what it? How do you pronounce it then? Is it Ellery? I thought it was Ellery. Is it Ellery? Ellery? Is it that? Let me know if you're still watching. Savannah, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. May Mag, thank you so much for the super chat. And all the way from Puerto Rico, thank you so much. I appreciate the love. Thank you. The Knowledge Nook, thank you so much for being a member for 5 months. I appreciate it. Evidence was destroyed. Yep. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. I think that's absolutely crazy. I'm sorry. Larry. But anyway, I think that's very interesting. Nonetheless, all right. That evidence was destroyed. Why was it destroyed? Who authorized that? And that's what I'd like to know. Feds should look into that too, because that shows corruption within the LAPD too. Just something to think about. Okay. Red Zombie, thank you so much for the love from Canada. I appreciate it. Pascal, remember the amended version of the lawsuit had the mom and son that were being teed by that cop and end up at that house. Exactly. That other part too. There was a part 2 to the story. It was like a doggone movie. Meanwhile, as Amanda is, dealing with whatever she was dealing with, Ashley, as Ashley Parham is going through the terrible crimes that she's alleging. Meanwhile, there's people getting teed across state lines to meet up in this house where they're in another room, hearing all this stuff go down and saving Ashley Parham, waking her up, getting her dressed and getting her out of the space. Remember? All that stuff. It was crazy seeing all this stuff that was going down. And they're like, yeah, we were there too. We were in this room when all this stuff went down. Just crazy stuff. Stuff you can't, like I said, it felt like a movie. Felt like I was like watching Magnolia or something like that. All these events are connected to all these characters all at the same time. You know what I mean? Crazy. But thank you so much for that reminder. Ellery? Oh, it's Ellery. Okay. Ellery. That's interesting. That's a good one. Subs, thank you so much. Mistrial requests are normal in the criminal trial for potential appeal purposes. Yep. This is absolutely not a freak out. It's very normal. Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, it just seems a little bit weird that they would be like, oh, I'm doing so hard. I'm doing so much. They're doing too much, right? It just seemed a little bit like a Hail Mary, in my personal opinion. Guys, don't forget to hit that like button down below. We're almost at 1K. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. It costs not a damn thing. It helps the show. It helps the platform grow. Helps all that stuff. So please do that. Do that solid for me. Please and thank you. Of course, don't forget to subscribe. Subscribe. Please and thank you. Okay, guys. All right. Good day. Good day, Rachel. All right. Shrimps on the barbie. All right. I'm kidding. But anyway, good day to you from down under. But let's get into this. Okay. So next witness, we got Deontay Nash. So are you here under subpoena? Deontay says yes. Do you want to be here? Absolutely not. What's you work? What's you work? What do you do for work? I'm a celebrity stylist. So were you a celebrity stylist in 2008? Yeah, I was for Puff and Cassie. How did you get hired to work for them? Through a Craigslist ad, actually, for Bad Boy Entertainment. This photo, is it a fair and accurate portrayal of how you looked at that time? Not even close. It's a glamour photo, though. Yes, I look amazing. How often? So this guy has some humor, right? So how often would you witness Diddy and Cassie interact? At least once a week. What did Diddy call Cassie? B. Oh, sorry. So B, ho, CC, baby girl, slut. He would call her an outright hoe. He would call it an outright hoe, a slut anyway. Huh? We're gonna have to look at the news with that one. But anyway, interesting, right? So how would she react? She would be sad. Did he make threats? Yes. That he would beat her butt? That he'd send these S tapes out? So even he knew about this. Even Deontay, one of her friends and stylists, for both of them, knew this stuff too. Prosecution says, how often would he say he would put his hands on her? Beat her ass. Shoot, quite a few. It drove her crazy. She would be super emotional. She might stay in the house for days. And then, and then there's a pause because I know he's still got to type. We're going to give him some time to type. So let's move on here, though. Clark's brother said it's going back to the whole to Jimenez real quick, okay? So he says, so they say Clark's brother said she didn't want to help the LAFD probe. So he had failed efforts to interview Capricorn Clark. That even led to a verbal confrontation with the assistant's brother, with Capricorn's brother. So the investigation earlier testified. Jimenez testified earlier that he couldn't reach Capricorn or Cassie. So Jimenez went a step further by saying Capricorn Clark's brother forcefully told him over the phone that she didn't want to help with the investigation. Let's move on. Deontay takes the stand. So he's a stylist who worked with both Diddy and Cassie. He was called to the witness stand. Cassie testified earlier in the trial that Nash was a friend and that he was present when Diddy allegedly attacked her, causing the cut on her eyebrow when she hit the corner of the bed. Okay, that's important information too. She told the court that Nash jumped on Diddy's back in her defense because Diddy was trying to attack her. So this guy, he must be small. Deontay, he must be small. Because when I heard before this person jumping on the back of Diddy when he was viciously attacking Cassie before she hit her head on the corner of the bed, causing that huge gash on her eyebrow, I thought it was a woman that actually jumped on his back. Right? But it was actually a male, and that was actually Deontay Nash, which is very, very interesting. But it was also interesting is that he knows about these S tapes, these freak off tapes, right? Yeah, it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny. The six pack of white women over on the prosecution are definitely giving Diddy's team a run for their money. That's definitely for sure. Okay, because these questions are the stuff that's coming out it's pretty bad, pretty bad. Okay, let's see if there's anything new. So, okay, she was staying in her house for days whenever he would, call her names or threaten to put his hands on her and all that. So, how often did Diddy say you could not go out without his permission? He said it happened twice. The first time we went to a gay club with Kyle and Adrian. Then we went to her LA apartment. Puff called and told her she better bring her butt back to his house. And she started to panic. What did you understand Diddy was saying? Objection. Overruled. She packed her stuff and went to her house. Did you attend a Vanity Fair party? Yes, Oscars after party. This was in 2014 with Cassie. Yeah, and Diddy was there too. And we will wait. Let me get some of this here real quick, guys. Okay, we're back. Crazy stuff, though, right? Crazy stuff. Let's see what CNN is saying here, too. So he says Nash worked for Diddy for about 10 years. So Deontay Nash began working with Diddy and Cassie around 2008. He said he was an intern in the fashion department at Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Entertainment Company, before becoming a stylist. He said he stopped working for Diddy at around 2018. So he was there for a good minute. All right. So let's continue on. Celebrity stylist jokes about his headshot in court. So they showed a photo of himself with Cassie. Or no, they showed a photo of himself. Okay, a headshot of himself during a time that he was working for Diddy. He laughed and said no when Comey prosecution asked if that was how he looked at the time. He confirmed it was a glamorous shot and said, "Yes, I look amazing," prompting laughs throughout the courtroom. So, like I said, the guy has a sense of humor for sure. So, of course, she packed her stuff and went to the house. Did you attend a Vanity Fair party? Yes. Oscars after party in 2014, I'm sorry, with Cassie. Diddy was there. So he says, prosecution says, how did she look? She looked bomb. Her hair was objection, overruled. Her hair was long. Puff picked me up and threatened me. I pinned her hair up. Did she record music? Often. What's interesting about this is, I guess Diddy got mad about how her hair was done. Maybe she looked bomb. Her hair was long. Puff picked me up and threatened me. I pinned her hair up, or maybe her hair was done in a specific way. He didn't like it, so he threatened Deontay Nash's life to fix her hair. Or something, because that seems a little bit weird. Let me get these super chats here really quick as we wait for more updates. Ellery, thank you so much. Oh, okay. My name is Ellery in Welsh. Let's see. I'm just here to hear you say it wrong again. All right. Never mind the trial. I guess if I'm saying it wrong. Ellery. My name is Ellery, right? Hopefully I'm saying it right. But sorry if I am. Okay. Captain, thank you so much. In my opinion, so far, they only proved Diddy was, a monster as far as putting his hands on these women. We are getting the same testimony just from different people. I mean, I think that we're seeing a lot of bad things. For sure. We're definitely seeing Diddy being a monster. There are certain things that have not been proven, being like one of the things, like the car going up in flames. That is definitely something that has not been proven as being connected to Diddy. I mean, come on, guys. It really is connected to Diddy. In my personal opinion, this is definitely connected to Diddy. But we will just leave it. We'll just leave it be. We'll just let that lie, right? Because they have no proof of him being connected to anything. The evidence has been destroyed, basically, right? They still have the DNA on the bottle, which I'm sure they can do something with it, but they have fingerprint cards that have been destroyed. So whoever was holding that specific bottle, that Molotov cocktail, we'll never know, right? Unless they run the DNA and get samples from everybody and run the DNA and see if there's a match, right? But one thing is for sure, Capricorn Clark's testimony was very bad for Diddy. It's a bad look for Diddy for sure. Yes, we're seeing that Diddy attacked Cassie viciously, attacked other people too. That's bad as well. But at the same time, Capricorn Clark's testimony definitely leans more towards the prosecution. For sure. It was damning. He held her against her will. He put his paws on her. She saw attacks on other people as well. he went with a pew pew to another person's home with another person with another security guard with him. I mean, all those things, like I said, are it's all bad for Diddy. It's bad. Now, it depends on if the defense can continue to poke holes, and it also depends on if the defense, I mean, not the defense, that the jury is going to consume this information in the way that the prosecution wants them to consume it, right? So it'll be interesting to see what happens. The Ivy edit, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. So let me hit this refresh and see what's good. Okay, so Oscar Party, he threatened me. So I pinned her hair up. All righty. Did she record music? He said, yeah, she did that often. Hold on, sorry. What was your role? I helped pick songs. I probably should have been an exec. Objection sustained. Crazy. I probably should have been an executive. That's crazy. Anyway, objection sustained. Her mixtape, was it ever sold? No. It was just put out for free. But it did well. A top download, to be real. Interesting. Let's see what CNN says. So, Nash apparently says that Diddy threatened Cassie on multiple occasions. So he's describing sometimes he said Diddy threatened Cassie. He testified that on multiple occasions he heard Diddy tell Ventura that he would quote unquote beat her A. Cassie would be super emotional after these incidents. She would cry. Sometimes she would just stay in her house for days and go into a cocoon. Nash said he heard Diddy making threats towards Cassie, including telling her he would not release her music and threatening to get her parents fired from their jobs. That's crazy. Diddy also threatened to send explicit videos of Cassie. Nash testified. Nash also said Diddy would threaten not to release Ventura's music anytime she did something he didn't like. So Cassie's outfit photos had to be approved by Diddy. Okay, so he also said that he had to send all photos of Cassie's outfits to Diddy for approval. He would pick which one he liked, and that was usually the one we went with. Let's go to NBC. Combs would tell Cassie he wouldn't put out her mixtape when he was upset with her, Dante said. So he threatened not to release Cassie's music when he was upset with her, Deontay said. Deontay said. The celebrity stylist testified that he spent time with the couple and that quite a few times Diddy would tell Cassie he wouldn't release her music anytime she said something Diddy didn't like. The singer was under contract with Diddy's record label in a 10-album deal, which clearly that never happened, but only released one full album, studio album in 2006. I guess we got a mixtape that came out, but that's about it. After that, Deontay also testified that he heard Diddy threaten Cassie's parents sometime around 2012 or 2013 while he was sitting next to her in a car. Shoot. Talk about leverage, right? Talk about leverage. How much of her music was released? This is what prosecution just asked Deontay. I'm being generous to say about 10%. Then they say this would be a good place to break. So they go on a break. So they say, Miss Comey, what he'll say about 2013 is not about the tapes. No, it's not. Okay, a break. I mean, is it not like a lunch break or something? It's 12:30 their time right now. So is it not a lunch break? Let me check something here real quick. Actually, let me see here. Oh, okay. So they're dismissed for lunch. Okay. So they're coming back. They're dismissed for lunch until 1:15 p.m. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Let's just see what they have. Interesting. One second. Checking a few things here real quick. Hmm. Gonna be putting on checking out Long Crime here in a second when they get cracking on their like lunch break show, because I am quite curious. And here's the other thing too. Of course, they're saying that there's a lunch break now. Um, Hold on, let me just show this. So the government's lead prosecutor Comey had yesterday asked the court to extend the regular lunch break from 30 minutes to an hour. So I guess they're having an hour lunch break, which is interesting. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for checking it out. We had some good times back in the day. I miss that stuff. I'd love to get some version of this to what it used to be, like a hybrid between the two things. You know what I mean? Like a hybrid of what I do now and the old stuff I used to do. I think it would be fire. But that's that's very expensive. I'll just say that. Okay. It's very expensive to do all that. Need a lot more viewers on a much more regular basis all the time to be doing something like that all the time. You know what I mean? To that scale, used to be I used to have a late night talk show, and so I had the band, the desk, the couch, all that stuff. But that's so old now. People don't watch that kind of stuff anymore. The late night talk show stuff. They don't watch that. You know what I mean? So I've always wanted to create like a hybrid of it. What people want to see now, with a little bit of the old. Like a lot of new with a sprinkle of the old. You know what I mean? In one show, which would be really, really cool. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see if I'm waiting for them to get started here. They're going to be getting started here soon for sure. But what do you think so far? Okay, because I'm gonna take a quick break here in a little bit too, so we can go and you know eat, and do whatever. Okay. Uh, I'm this feed is the live is still going. Like I said, I'm not going to be gone for very long. I'm going on a quick break so I can, eat some food, and get, stretch my legs, do whatever I need to do. All right. Um, but but what do you think so far? Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading you guys' yeah, I saw some video where like somebody was messing with Gene Deal outside of a courtroom. Like I saw it on Storm Monroe's show. I don't even know who that person is. With all due respect, I don't. But obviously, leave these people alone. You know what I mean? I think it's really messed up that people would try to harass or mess with people who are walking out of the courtroom. I mean, if they're down for asking questions, go and then ask them the questions and then leave them alone, right? I get you want clicks and views, but you don't have to do all that, right? Um, but you know, people are going to do what they do. You know, it is what it is, unfortunately. And people like to try to get people agitated for a click, you know, to get to get some views and all that. But I think there's other things you can do, right? There's better things you can do. Reach out to them in a respectful way and try to get them on the show, right? Um, but yeah. And for a fact, like as we start to get closer, as we continue to go down this road and we get more and more people, like as because obviously this is getting more and more like traction. People are tuning into this trial. People are very much sucked into this whole situation. I'm not surprised. I would not be surprised if people are, you know, it becomes more of a circus outside the courtroom, outside the courthouse. You see what I'm saying? I just see a lot of people. I could see just more craziness out here in these streets as time continues, and as we get closer to it wrapping, I think it's going to get even more insane, right? I think it's going to get even more volatile because now it's going to be at that point where it's like all those free Diddy T-shirt wearing people that are getting paid $20 an hour to be out there wearing that shirt. There's going to be even more of them out there, right? There's going to be even more outside influence going on outside in the streets because everybody's going to be waiting for this verdict. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it's crazy. Sorry, I'm reading you guys' thank you so much for the love. I appreciate all the kind words on the coverage and everything. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I was hoping that this would start. What the heck? I get that they need all the information, but dang, I figured that there'd be a little halftime show so I can go and make a sandwich real quick. Hold on, let me check something else here. Let me just see. Because here's the other thing. There are a few other interviews that I do want to show or watch with you guys. I don't know if I'm going to be doing them as as standalone videos or not. But I mean, like Ray J came out and did an interview again just recently, right? So there are, like I said, a lot of interviews and pieces of information that's out here. Yeah, Ray J is interesting, y'all. I'm just going to be real, okay? Ray J is interesting. But all right, guys. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to go and make this sandwich, okay? Your man got to eat, okay? But we're still live, okay? Oh, hey, shout out to the surprise witness. Hey, hope you're feeling better, BJ. Okay. Again, I messaged you. Love to have you on the show to get your thoughts on everything too. Definitely would love to get you on the show to conversate about everything. And guys, yeah, if you haven't seen her stuff and all that, I don't know what you're doing. You should be checking out her stuff. She's got some really great content, and she's doing a great job with the coverage here too on this trial as well. Just so you know, okay. So again, yeah, shout out to BJ in the chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to. They love. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to go and do that here in a second. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Tisa Tells has been doing a great job with the coverage here as well. Armand Wiggins has been doing a great job. Make It Make Sense has been doing a great job. I mean, there's been a lot of people that are in the courtroom that have been doing great coverage and great updates revolving around this case. I mean, let's be real. I've been wanting to see. I literally, as soon as we get done with our lives, I mean, I'm watching as many lives and other updates as I can, because they are basically flies on the wall. They're in the room. They're hearing all of this that is going on. So I appreciate the coverage that I've seen from them. You know what I mean? And I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of people as well. But like I said, there's just a lot of good coverage out here, for sure. One second. Yeah. So, I mean, here's the thing. I think that there's going to be a lot of people that have their own personal opinions on a bunch of different things. To be completely real, and so, personally, when it comes to all this, I think that it has to do with the evidence. I think that Diddy has done some really, really terrible things. Sure, everyone, can sit there and go, oh, this person's caping for this person, or, defending this person or that person and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, well, the stuff here, I mean, I don't see how anyone would like the likes of somebody like Diddy. I don't get it. After seeing what he's done to begin with, after seeing that's bad, y'all. After seeing all that is terrible. Long story short, that's some terrible, terrible stuff. So again, for me, it's like, no, you know what I mean? I'm not for that. And yes, I know that doesn't mean that it's racketeering or RICO or anything of that sort, but at the same time, there are just certain things where, you know, I just don't. Seeing that hotel video said a lot. And then you hear more from Cassie. And yes, I understand she's going to have a very specific type of breakdown and opinion and all that. But at the same time, like, still, she went through some very, very bad things. It's terrible. Now, is it RICO? Is it racketeering? Those are some questions that still remain to be seen, for sure. And those things need to be figured out. But let me get this. You only have 15 minutes left. Actually, I don't. I got a half hour left. They don't go back. There it is. Minutes, but I was waiting for this. So now I'm going to go get some lunch. I'll see you guys in a minute.
That came out of testimony today, you had this member of the Los Angeles Police Department saying that there was an Escalade registered to Bad Boy Records that was found near the crime scene, near the scene of the break-in. There was some very interesting cross-examination, too, that we'll get into as well. A lot of discussion about DNA that was found on this glass bottle, the Molotov cocktail that was used in the firebombing of his car, the alleged firebombing of his car, that it belonged to a female contributor. Not entirely sure who that is. Big back and forth between the prosecution and defense regarding fingerprint cards and whether they were apparently destroyed. Defense objected to this. They objected to this line of questioning because they said it now puts in the minds of the jury that it looks like Combs or his team is responsible for destroying this piece of evidence. There was also discussion about a glove that wasn't tested for DNA. Was it maybe worn by the person who allegedly threw the Molotov cocktail? And then right before they went to lunch, a celebrity stylist gets on the stand. Deontay Nash worked for Diddy and Cassie. And I will tell you, based on just my reading of the transcript, what personality this guy has. And also quite relevant to Cassie Ventura's testimony. Alleged victim number one in this case, really, really important. So without further ado, I want to bring on Elizabeth Milner, law and crimes reporter who has been in that courtroom every day for testimony. Elizabeth, so great to see you. I have to start with Deontay Nash, okay, because I can feel the personality through the court updates. Talk to us about, this was, again, right before the lunch break, called by the prosecution. What did he say, and how was his testimony relevant to Cassandra Ventura?
Well, I'm not going to lie, Jesse. I absolutely love everything about Deontay Nash being on the witness stand. He's funny, he's sassy, and look, when I see it, if I were to see an exhibit photo of myself and I looked in this glamorous headshot, I would tell the entire courtroom too that I looked fabulous and stunning. And there was just this eruption of laughter inside the courtroom. And so Deontay Nash definitely at some points during his testimony, the personality is brought out, but he is there to talk about a lot of substance too. And that is just about his working relationship with Cassie Ventura, as well as even Diddy. He styled both of them. However, he did have kind of a better friendship and relationship with Cassie, and he witnessed a lot, according according to his testimony during his time while he had worked as a stylist with her. And so we're introduced to Deontay Nash around 12 o'clock-ish, right before the lunch break. He was the last witness who was called before we went to lunch. And so he was kind of explaining just how he had started working with Diddy and Cassie. He started off as an intern for Derek Roche, and Derek Roche was actually Diddy's stylist. And when Deontay is on the witness stand, Jesse, he's not even referring to him as Diddy or Sean Combs. He calls him Puff or Puffy. That is what he calls him by, and that's normally the name that he's familiar with. And so we do see that exhibit photo of Deontay Nash. It was a glamour shot of him. And of course, he said that he looked amazing and fabulous. And I'm sure the transcript read just that, but just being inside the courtroom, it definitely was kind of a good, funny, highlighted moment. And then it got more serious from there. So he was explaining that he had worked with Diddy and Cassie from 2008 to 2018. So about a 10-year period. Then we get into the 2009 to 28 timeframe, which is a long time. But Maureen Comey, who did the questioning under the direct examination, was essentially asking some foundational questions just about how much time Deontay spent with Cassie. And he said he spent pretty much every single day with Cassie. He said he saw Diddy and Cassie together, though, about once a week, but that's still a pretty often time. And then he was asked, what were the names that Diddy referred to Cassie as? So first, Deontay was like, oh, baby girl, Cassie. But then he said that Diddy would also refer to her as the B word. He would call her an SLUT. He would call her a hoe. But he said it's the B word that was his favorite word to use in reference to his own girlfriend, that being Cassie. And he said, he being Deontay, said that Diddy would call Cassie an outright hoe, an outright SLUT. And I'm sorry, guys, I know I have to be very careful with just the words that I can say on air. But Deontay explained that when Diddy would call her these names and when he would use these words against her, that Cassie would be sad. She would be depressed about this name calling. Deontay went on to explain that Diddy threatened Cassie a number of times, threatened to release her sex tapes, send those sex tapes to her parents, threatened to beat Cassie's behind, and it drove Cassie essentially crazy. She would cry, she would stay in the house. Deontay explained that Cassie would essentially cocoon up when Diddy would just call her these names, and Diddy threatened not to release her music, something that the government has talked about at length throughout a bunch of different witness testimony. And around this time frame from 2012, 2013-ish, again, when Deontay was still working with Diddy and Cassie, Deontay explained that Diddy threatened to do something to Cassie's parents. Now, they didn't elaborate what this threat was, but I'm sure once we get back from the lunch break, they'll kind of expand more on just that. But it seems like from Deontay's point of view that Diddy threatened Cassie a number of times. Diddy even threatened Cassie and Deontay that Cassie couldn't go out with Deontay and that she needed to bring her behind home, essentially, and that Cassie again would be referred to as the B word, and that Cassie would have to essentially do whatever Diddy said, whether it was how her appearance looked, whether her hair was down a certain way, whether it was up a certain way. And so I think as far as just the direct examination goes, yes, we did have a funny moment at the beginning of testimony, but really just getting into just kind of the weight of the testimony, it seems that Deontay is kind of, in essence, kind of giving more credibility to a lot of the other witness testimony, just about how mean and potentially forceful Diddy was against her.
Right. When you're talking about violence, threats, verbal abuse, it's all important for force, fraud, coercion, right? The underlying elements for sex trafficking. And also goes to the larger theme of why Cassie didn't walk away, why she didn't fight back, why didn't she report Sean Combs? It's a big issue in this case. And talking about that power dynamic is something that's already come up in the past few weeks, and obviously something that's being explored with his testimony. There was a lot of testimony this morning regarding Kid Cudi, because Kid Cudi had taken the stand last week, said that he had this relationship with Cassandra Ventura, and then was retaliated against by Sean Combs, that his house was broken into, his car was torched. And I got to ask you, Elizabeth, based on the testimony today from, I believe, members of Los Angeles Police Department and the fire department, it seems like that might have happened, that his house was broken into and that his car was actually firebombed, right? I mean, what were some of the highlights regarding that testimony about whether this, in fact, did happen?
Yeah, well, we heard a lot of evidence this morning, especially with the first witness that was called to the stand, and that was Officer Christopher Ignacio. He does work with the LAPD. And he was just explaining his response to the December 2011, this happened December 22nd of 2011, the response to the break-in at Kid Cudi's home. And so it was just interesting kind of hearing his perspective just from an evidentiary standpoint, from a police perspective. And so he says that he was dispatched around 8:20 a.m. that day about a possible suspect kind of staring down near and around the house. And so he responded. And when he responded, what did he see? He noticed right off the bat a black Escalade. And it's interesting that that was one of the first things he said when he was talking about his response, because what did we learn just yesterday when Capricorn Clark was on the stand? That Diddy, Ruben, and Capricorn Clark, according to her testimony, traveled down to Kid Cudi's house in what? A black Escalade. And so Officer Ignacio was explaining that he didn't notice the passengers inside the vehicle because there was so much heavy tint on the windows. But what he did notice was a particular license plate. And he said that that license plate number stuck out to him. He remembered that license plate number. He explained that while they had arrived to the house, his partner had jumped over the fence to kind of let him in to the door. So they opened the door. No one was home at the time, but what they did notice was some unwrapped gifts. And it's interesting because while Kid Cudi was testifying, he said that there were gifts unwrapped in the kitchen area. These were fancy gifts, kind of like Chanel bags and watches, that type of thing. And so then later on, more detectives arrived to this area. But it's interesting, Jesse, because he was explaining that, excuse me, he was explaining that when they had exited the home, they noticed that same exact black Escalade kind of driving back towards the hill, driving at a slower pace, around 10 to 15 miles per hour. He said around the first time he saw the black Escalade that they were driving off fast, which I think also goes to verify Capricorn Clark's explanation, or Capricorn Clark's testimony yesterday, where she was explaining how she, Ruben, and Diddy had all spotted Kid Cudi's car. They chased him and then excuse me, later return. And so right before the direct examination ended, we see this exhibit photo. And I think that the prosecution kind of did a big like aha moment here, because we see the DMV vehicle registration. And I know you kind of spoiled it anyway, Jesse, but that vehicle was registered to Bad Boy Productions, Inc. And it was the exact same license plate that Officer Ignacio had first spotted. And so that was the big moment just from his testimony. Obviously, under the cross-examination, it was really picked apart just as far as his response goes to investigating this break-in, whether or not that there were dead ends around the Hollywood Hills neighborhood. And maybe that was an explanation as to why the black Escalade was seen again. And I think, when Brian Steele was doing the cross-examination, he was poking holes where holes needed to have been poked, right? He was asking questions as far as why a BOLO response wasn't put out, why no arrests were made, why nothing was charged beyond just trespassing. It was no burglary charge or no robbery charge, any of that sort. He didn't spot a car chasing another car. And he didn't hear about a kidnapping in this matter, and that there was no property disturbed, even though there was gifts open that Kid Cudi says weren't open when he had left his home. And so those were the big highlights for his testimony. Then we get into arson investigator Lance Jimenez. And I think Lance Jimenez's testimony was pretty interesting today, because he is an arson investigator, and he was really kind of explaining just the ins and outs of investigating this type of firebomb or car bomb, but particularly this Molotov cocktail that was lodged into Kid Cudi's home. According to him, he says that he observed when he had responded to the call, that he had observed this car parked close to the garage, and then he saw this black Porsche 911. He saw that there was a cutout roof inside the Porsche, something that we've all seen from those exhibit photos. And he said that his initial hypothesis was the engine wasn't damaged, the back seats weren't necessarily damaged, the weather was good that day. So this wasn't a natural accident. This wasn't because of the weather or anything like that. He believed, especially after smelling things like gasoline coming from that glass bottle, that he believed this was a Molotov cocktail. And so we see a whole bunch of different exhibits. We see exhibits of Kid Cudi's front door. We see exhibits of Kid Cudi's driveway with the black Porsche there. It was burned. We see the roof, and Jimenez has said that he believes that that roof was actually cut intentionally. We see the interior of Kid Cudi's Porsche, where you can see a glass bottle. You can see a handkerchief over into the console area, which is kind of like this designery silky cloth material. And he believed that that was kind of the root and the damage as far as what had happened. And so he summed up his conclusion, because we saw a whole bunch of different exhibits too, that I'm sure we'll get into more later on, Jesse. But his conclusion was that someone took this bottle, put gasoline in it, put a cloth over it, cut the roof out. The cloth fell out whenever the Molotov cocktail was lodged into the roof. And so that fire ended up being contained specifically to the car. Now, he says that he's investigated arson when it comes to Molotov cocktails before. He has a lot of experience. He's been doing he's been doing arson investigations since the earliest around 2011. So he's been doing this a long time. And he said, surprisingly, that the damage wasn't as bad as he's seen in other instances that involve Molotov cocktails. He explained that it could have been so much worse, where the fire could have just essentially exploded the car, only leaving the frames of the car. The car could have, the fire from the car could have even went over to the house or to the garage area. Like, the damage could have been a lot worse than it actually was. So that was a surprising tidbit that he had said today, where he explained that even though a Molotov cocktail was lodged into the car, and his kid Cudi had explained while he was testifying that he could not refix the car was beyond repair, that according to investigator Lance Jimenez, that essentially this fire could have been a lot worse. But what's also interesting, Jesse, is that when we start to get into the fingerprints and just the DNA that was collected, essentially the defense thought it was kind of enough for the grounds of a mistrial. Why? Because the government was essentially asking questions as far as whether or not fingerprints were taken inside the car and around the car. But the victim in this case, the victim obviously being Scott Mescudi, aka Kid Cudi, he had someone do fingerprints after the break-in at his home. He submitted these fingerprints over to officials, and officials officially had this fingerprint card. But the thing is he was asked, he being investigator Lance Jimenez, was asked by Mary Slavic while he was questioned under direct, did you find this unusual? Because the fingerprint cards were later destroyed. So he was asked, do you find this unusual? Has evidence ever been destroyed before? Obviously, there was going to be an objection from the defense. Obviously, there was going to be a sidebar, because the defense did not want this information to be heard in from the jury. So when the jury had to kind of leave the room for a quick break for arguments outside the presence of the jury, they were just really getting into it. And Alexandra Shapiro just got up and was like, we have the ground, or I believe there's enough grounds for a mistrial. And everyone just kind of was like, okay, what is about to happen? And obviously we know that didn't necessarily happen, because another witness was called later on. But it really seemed like the defense was very upset and found this to be extremely prejudicial against their client.
Because it makes the jury believe, the argument is that someone destroyed the fingerprint cards, and that someone was Sean Combs or a member of his team. And I know that the judge even questioned the prosecutor about why you would even ask questions like this, and at the end told the jury to disregard the commentary about the fingerprint cards. I mean, the genie's, it's already out of the bottle. I mean, they already heard it. Well, they're not supposed to consider it, but they're human beings. Okay, Elizabeth, before I let you go, one more question. So we're taking a bunch of questions from YouTube right now. Again, I have an all-star panel that I'm going to bring on in a minute. But before I do, we have a question from Leg7K that is for you, Elizabeth. The question is, hi, hope all is well. I have a question for Elizabeth Milner. What's her opinion on the jury so far? How are they holding up?
Well, I think the jury is holding up exceptionally well. I think the jury is very much how they've always been. They've been very involved in this case. And by involved, I mean they're taking notes down. They're listening to this testimony. From what I can see of them when I'm sitting inside the gallery, I don't see any heads kind of nodding off, falling asleep, any of that sort. But I'm kind of wondering about the jury myself, whether or not they found this kind of aha moment, the same as us maybe in the press or other members in the gallery, where that big moment where we had seen that defense exhibit about the vehicle registration being to Bad Boy Entertainment or to Bad Boy Incorporated. So as far as I could tell from the jury, they definitely are still very attentive from it, and they're definitely still paying very close attention. I'm probably sure that during that sidebar when the objections were had, they were probably like, what is going on? But for the most part, they're still paying very close attention.
Good. That's what they should be doing. This is going to be a long case, not an easy case for them to sit on. But Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for coming on, breaking down the ins and outs of the testimony from today, as you do every day. Thanks so much. And I know you have to head back into court.
Thanks, Jesse.
Okay, so now I get to bring on my all-star panel. We're going to be taking your questions for the next hour or so. I am joined by criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey, criminal defense attorney William Corman, and Ashley Banfield, host of this incredible podcast. I hope everybody checks it out. It's called Drop Dead Serious, and host of Banfield on News Nation. It's great to have you all here. Again, like I said, all-star panel. Ashley, I'm going to start with you. You heard about the testimony today. I mean, it's important regarding Kid Cudi's testimony. It's important talking about the firebombing, the break-in. What were you taking away from it? What do you think was important from today's testimony so far?
So I've been looking at every little piece, every little day, and I am seeing very much a RICO case, despite the fact that most people online are saying, I don't see RICO, I see domestic violence. I see RICO left, right, and center. And I've been astounded at how thorough the prosecutor's case has been so far. How many instances, I'm forgetting more than I've learned, in this case, it seems. But today, we went from watching episodes of Sex and the City to episodes of The Sopranos, right? Like I'm seeing so much more mob-styled violence, which maybe will get more headlines to understand that this does track more with a RICO case than a domestic violence case. But today, for sure, I mean, just the notion that the Black Escalade, which Capricorn Clark testified she was in outside Kid Cudi's house, tracking near Kid Cudi's house while the LAFD and the LAPD are investigating an arson. And, again, it bears repeating. Arson is a predicate act of RICO, and you only need two predicate acts in a 10-year period based on a pattern of behavior in an enterprise. And like I said, I have forgotten more of the predicate acts that I've heard testified to and I've seen evidence of in this case than could possibly. I mean, we got 9 weeks of this. How many predicate acts do they actually need to show in order to get a guilty verdict?
You make a good point. Something to highlight here. So when we talk about RICO, and I get asked this question all the time about a discussion, what really is RICO, right? The idea that he was, it's RICO, it's racketeering conspiracy. So he had this agreement to further racketeering activities, that he was the head of this criminal enterprise that was engaged in a pattern of illegal crimes. And by the way, what we're talking about here is even if the jury doesn't accept that Cassandra Ventura was a victim of sex trafficking, they can still find him guilty of racketeering because, as you said, there's a number of underlying crimes. Arson, kidnapping, right? The testimony of Capricorn Clark yesterday, forced labor, there's drug possession, there is sex trafficking, there's bribery. So again, just 2 crimes they have to find him guilty of. They have to find that there was a criminal agreement here. And the more that they sell the idea, the narrative that he was a crime boss, that he had the assistants and the bodyguards and the associates that were engaged in facilitating these crimes and covering them up, the more they can sell that. And that racketeering carries life in prison. So I think that's really been a focus in the past 2 weeks. So now I go on to more questions we have. A question from Vanessa. This is a question from me, but I'm actually going to toss it to William because I'm very generous, William. I'm very generous with my questions. With the defense asking for a mistrial, do you think they believe they're losing the case? No, right? I mean, they can ask for a mistrial. They might think that there is something improper that the prosecution did, like, putting in the minds of the jury that Sean Combs might have got destroyed evidence in this case, but it doesn't mean that they think the case is weak or they're losing, right?
Correct. It's also their obligation to do that, just like making objections is their obligation. And sometimes when evidence comes in that you don't think the jury should hear, in order to preserve the record, you do have to ask for a mistrial. It was already in there, so that was really their only option. And again, I think it has nothing to do with the strength of their case, but I think they're just doing their job as zealous advocates on behalf of Mr. Combs.
So Tyler, I got a legal question for you, and I'll do this in 2 parts. You know the underlying crimes that we're talking about, arson, kidnapping, forced labor, the prosecution, right, Tyler, has to prove those beyond a reasonable doubt. Why do I say, and correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I imagine that they do, these underlying crimes, because we have a question from Francis Aloho. Jesse, please tell me something. The Escalade is registered to Bad Boy Entertainment. Isn't this enough to place Diddy at the crime scene? Why bother going on and on and on? Is it enough to say that he was somehow involved in, let's say, the break-in or even the arson? Do you think that I guess it's a 2-part question, right? Tyler, do they have to prove those underlying crimes beyond a reasonable doubt? And do you think at this point they've done it with respect to the Kid Cudi incidents?
They're going to need to continue to lay on as much evidence as they have regarding strong circumstantial evidence showing that this does prove the crime occurred beyond a reasonable doubt. Right now, the Escalade being there, registered to Bad Boy Entertainment or Records, does show that the vehicle was driving there, but it's still the officer who testified said that the tint was too dark. So I'm sure the defense could lay out that there's no direct evidence that Sean Combs or Diddy or Puffy or whatever they're calling him right now was in that vehicle. So circumstantial evidence is not direct evidence. And still, if you load up a bunch of circumstantial evidence, that makes it a case of beyond a reasonable doubt for whatever particular crime stronger. Direct evidence is the best, but circumstantial evidence can work as well.
And by the way,
sure it's stronger.
yeah, and the uniqueness of this racketeering charge is he doesn't have to have physically done it, right? If we're talking about racketeering back in the day with a mafia boss, you don't need the Don's fingerprints on the gun. You don't need the Don's fingerprints on the Molotov cocktail. If he was part of this and had conspired to further this criminal activity and was an orchestrated or led it, that would be enough. Question for you, Ashley. This is $1 million question. Let me rephrase. They didn't pay $1 million for me to ask this, but this is a big question.
I didn't realize there'd be a prize.
Yeah, I know. We need a bigger set if we got $1 million question. No, this is a question from Jen D. Do you think they're going to put Diddy on the stand? How many times have we been asking this in the past 3 weeks?
And every time I ask my guests that question, the answer is some variation of hell to the no. I think at this point, Diddy can't possibly clean himself up. This is so vile and so filthy, and just the material that isn't even charged, like domestic assault, has made him very unlovable. I have said over and over on my Drop Dead Serious podcast that even if Diddy beats the rap in this federal courtroom, he is ruined, because what kind of man behaves in the way that he's behaved? And I say that with conviction because we've seen it on video. I don't even need to go to the allegations that have been corroborated by witness after witness after witness as to how he's treated his staff and how he's treated men and women on his staff, having, employees allegedly collect up his used condoms after his freak-offs. You think you have a bad job, but he's ruined. He's really ruined as a person. He's sort of Cosby'd, he's Weinstein'd, he's Epstein'd, even if he beats the rap legally. And so I think for that matter, Jesse, and look, you're a lawyer, I think you'd have to agree, how could you possibly think for a minute it's a good idea to put a guy so hated at this point on the stand?
Well, Ashley, the fact that he released a video 2 days after that footage was published by CNN, and he thought it was a good idea to apologize for him appearing to beat Cassandra Ventura, I don't know what he was thinking, because he essentially admitted it was him, and he forfeited any argument to make that, oh, that video was doctored, it's not me. I mean, he admitted it. And I don't know what he would say if he was on the stand. Sure, he testified in his prior trial, Ashley, right? 25 years ago, but very different circumstances.
Very different circumstances. And I will dare say that during the J-Lo Diddy phase, I lived through that. I was reporting during that time, and many years before that. But he was still beloved. He was still Diddy. He was J-Lo's boyfriend. He was massive. He was larger than life. And we didn't know, a fraction of what we think we know now. And so it was a different story. It was a different case. That's the kind of case where maybe you do roll the dice and you put your client on the stand. But again, this is a situation where, again, even if he's not guilty of all the crimes he's charged with, he is 100% guilty of being a despicable human being. I mean, honestly, Capricorn Clark saying she was paid $65,000 a year and the kinds of things she was being forced to do as an assistant. Again, I'm not even convicting him here. I'm saying cleaning up these foul and disgusting hotel rooms, which all the assistants were tasked with doing. And then, losing her hair to a stress-related disorder that she got from working so hard under such stressful conditions. These are the kinds of things that will follow Diddy forever, not to mention the gross aspect of his sex predilections, right? Just the freaky, kinky nature of what got him off. Those are also things that he will be a punchline for a long time, but he will be despised for even longer.
And look, the defense is probably concerned that the jury could make a decision based on anger, not even looking at the elements of the crimes, but they might look at it and say, my gosh, There's
It
tape
happens.
of him beating him. They're beating Cassandra Ventura. There's photographs. Listen to all the testimony. Look at the text messages. Look what's being described. That's a concern for the defense. Okay, got a question for you, William. Jesse, this is from Savannah Mata. Jesse, I'm so confused about victim 3. She's missing, and people assume she's missing because she doesn't want to testify. Is it not suspicious and convenient for Diddy that she's gone? Well, here's the interesting thing about this, William, and I'll throw it to you. First of all, little self-promotion. We have a sidebar coming out right about this today. We believe this is Gina. Gina has come up a lot during the course of this trial. The defense has seemed to suggest that Gina was a source of conflict in the relationship between Cassie and Combs, that she was jealous of Gina. So the defense hasn't shied away from what role she might play in this, but the prosecution, and there was a back and forth last week about it, where Mark Agnifilo, who's defense counsel for Sean Combs, said she's not showing up. She's not coming in. And the prosecution says, no, she's very much a part of this case. She's victim 3, right? She's a part of this case in the indictment. It's part of the racketeering charge, that she's one of the people who've been abused. I think Gina actually did an interview several years ago where she claims she was abused by Combs. She was forced to have abortion. So she's a pivotal witness. But I guess the question is, going back to what we just heard from Savannah Mata, isn't it weird that she's not showing up? Is it good for Sean Combs' defense? Is it convenient? What do you think about it, William?
So I think it cuts both ways. Obviously, as Ashley said before, there's a lot of evidence here already. There really is. I agree with what Ashley said in the beginning of the show, that I think that RICO has been proven over and over and over again in this case. So whether or not a third victim comes to court, I think to some extent is irrelevant. I think that the government would obviously like to have her testimony, because I think she is going to continue to buttress their case. I think she's going to talk about things that she was forced into doing and things that had happened to her, and that's very important. I think if she does not testify, I think that's good for the defense. I think that anything that can chip away the government's case is helpful, but I actually think that while it's good for the defense, I don't think it seals the deal in any shape, way, or form.
Got a super chat question from 1989. Thank you so much for the super chat question. I'll throw this to you, Tyler. Greetings, panel. For someone who is a big part of Sean Combs' life, why is Miss Courtroom, Diddy's right-hand woman, quiet? Do you think she took a deal with the feds and will testify soon? So this is, again, regarding Christina Courtroom, who we believe is Combs' chief of staff. I believe she's already come up several times during the course of this trial. We know she's come up in prior litigation facing Combs. What do you think, Tyler?
Well, there's still no telling if she took a deal for the prosecution. It's possible that she's been interviewed already, and they know she may not have anything really substantial to further their case. It's still too early to tell. She could be called. She may not be called. But, as the prior panelists just said, Diddy has 99 problems here. One less witness helps him out by not having to deal with that. But there's still 98 other problems he has to deal with. So she seems like a crucial witness, but I think the prosecution has ample bullets in their gun to keep moving forward with points that are really making an impact on Mr. Combs possibly being convicted.
I don't know, for a racketeering charge, if you're talking about the inner workings of the criminal enterprise, and she's right at the center of it, I think she's definitely will have to testify, and obviously will have to explain if she took some sort of immunity deal or a proffer agreement. But Tyler, got one more question from you. This is from Rusty Minnick. This is for you specifically. Really interesting question. Can they prove forced labor? Again, one of the underlying crimes for racketeering. Can they prove forced labor with not releasing Cassie's others' music? That's an interesting question.
It's an interesting question. And I think there's been a lot of testimony offered regarding the coercion, some of the mental abuse and verbal abuse and different mechanisms to force Cassie or Ms. Ventura to stay in a relationship with Mr. Combs. And I do think the aspect of her being signed to the record label, whether that is delays in albums being released or let's say not shooting videos or not releasing albums when they were anticipated to be released, is an aspect of her wanting to stay into this relationship, non-consensual seeming relationship with Mr. Combs, as the prosecution, based off all these different pressure points that he was able to exploit. So I do think they can use the fact of music being postponed and look at the lack of music that was actually released by her throughout her time being signed to Bad Boy as an aspect of showing that she was forced to do these acts for Mr. Combs.
Talking about people who might testify, Ashley, going over to you. This is a question from Carol Omura. Whatever happened to the drug mule Brendan Paul? that was arrested at Miami Opelika Airport. Is he not of importance?
Well, if you ask me, I would think he's of critical importance because drug trafficking is one of the, again, predicate acts that you can prove. I think there's 37. There's 35, I think, state and 37 federal, or vice versa. I always get them mixed up. But that's the number of available predicate acts that you have under the RICO statute. But honestly, I mean, again, I keep coming back to just being kind of exhausted under the weight of all the different moments of testimony that I've heard that prove these elements. I don't even think you need drug trafficking at this point, but I certainly already heard a couple of assistants saying that they were dispatched to call a drug dealer, go get the drugs, pay for the drugs with, I think, Diddy money, come back, bring the drugs back, look inside the bag, see that it's MDMA, and then see that the drugs are actually disseminated among other, staff members, friends, family, partygoers, freak-off goers. So I'm not so sure that you even need that particular witness, but it's kind of like Gina. Yeah, it would be helpful. Do you need it? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, especially when the photographs were introduced into evidence of what was found in his hotel room when he was ultimately arrested in New York, what was found in his
closet
mansion. Yep. I'm still, by the way, Ashley, confused about the allegation that there were phones stuffed in a shoe or shoes. That was an interesting little tidbit about that.
Right? Unless you don't want someone you love or know to find those phones. I'm not so sure that you're hiding them from the police, because why would you have all that other extraordinarily damning evidence just lying about, especially the
good
box
point
with puff on it containing allegedly mushrooms. I think that's
Hamburger.
more, I'm hiding these from people I don't want to have these.
So one of the things that I love about doing this lunchtime show, other than the fact that I get to have a great panel of guests and take everybody's questions, is because there are no cameras in that courtroom, because there's no audio equipment in that courtroom, we are back live, but we're going to report to you in real time what is happening. We can break this down for you in real time, this live reporting. So the jury is they're back. And before the jury and the witness, Deontay Nash, were brought in.
So here really quick, because we're going to go, I want to hear what he has to say here, though. I'm going to pause that. But first off, shout out to Long Crime. Whoops. Long Crime. Shout out to Long Crime for their, they've been doing a great job with their halftime show. I think is fantastic. I'm going to be real. Their halftime show is it has been fantastic, as you guys can see. I mean, they brought in Banfield and a bunch of other experts, to be a part of this panel, to do a really nice conversation, have a really nice conversation, and have some really good coverage talking about what's going on and what has happened this morning. So I think that's really good. And of course, I think it was good to hear people, it was good to hear what they thought about, like, have the RICO charges been presented properly? Are we still waiting for more information, or is there enough already? Right? Prosecution. I mean, or we're hearing from the panel themselves, and the panel themselves is like, yeah, they've been showing it. They've been showing a lot already. It's enough and done already, right? So again, I think this is it's interesting to see what they're saying now, because I know a lot of people before, like maybe last week, not this week, but as far as last week, there had been a lot of people, even people like on Long Crime, Court TV, et cetera, all of them basically saying, like, we're still waiting to hear about these racketeering things. We're still here waiting for the RICO charges, et cetera. Yes, we've heard from Kid Cudi. Yes, we heard from Cassie, but we're waiting for more information to come out. And now, yeah, I mean, we are literally quickly going down that road, especially now that we have that information from the LAPD, basically saying, yeah, we saw this black SUV Escalade driving away, heavily tinted windows, a very specific type of license plate, which I'm sure it probably, I don't know, what did the license plate say? Like, yeah, or something like that. You know what I mean? Can't stop, won't stop. Is that what the license plate said? Or Diddy's car? Diddy's, that was the license plate. That's what it was called. Diddy's. So he's like, well, that's a very specific piece of information there, right? So again, this is a very Wild. That'd be hilarious if it really did say bad. Like if it really said bad boy, like that's really tough. You know what I mean? If it really said that, it'd be like, you know what I mean? I did it. That's what the license plate said, right? I'm guilty. Whatever, you know, king of RICO. Whatever. Anyway, regardless, the fact that they they put a car that is owned by Diddy at the scene of this alleged crime says a lot. And it obviously ties everything together with Cassie's claims, with Capricorn's claims, with Kid Cudi's claims. Again, it just seems so weird, you know what I mean? That that they would all just come together and corroborate this wild, outlandish story of Diddy breaking into Kid Cudi's home and all that without any type of proof behind it. And they do, right? Yeah. Now it should just say baby oil. It should just say baby oil. That's what it should say. You know what I mean? Or just Johnson and Johnson, just JJ on it. They're like, that's weird. That's a weird license plate. Why would it say JJ on this mug? That makes no sense. Golden shower. You know what I mean? With all the vowels taken out. That's what it'd be called. Golden shower. You know? Raspberries. Something like that. Right? No? Nope. Okay. Just saying. Okay. But let's take a listen to this really quick. Because obviously jury is back in and all that. So we're gonna be covering the next half hour or so. Because like I said, I'm gonna have to leave early today. But tomorrow I'll be back on, and most likely I'll be back on earlier. I'll probably be on like 8 o'clock in the morning. So just so you guys know. All right. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Just so that you guys are fully aware of that, right? For life. Baby oil for life. Yeah. See what I'm saying? It's like, that's weird. That's a weird license plate. That one sticks out. That one really sticks out. You know? Or it's just nut juice. Right? No? No? Okay. All right. Backdoor bandit. No, that doesn't work. That's too many words. That's a lot to say. You know? But anyway, let's hear what he got to say.
Afternoon's witness Mia, who we've heard about in opening statements, another alleged victim, without the screen in the gallery showing the photographs. So let's see what the back and forth is about that. But again, we're going to break down the real-time reporting, the real-time updates in this courtroom for you as this develops. Now, I want to go to you, William. Great question from Shop Girl. All the questions are great, but this one's really interesting. This is a Jesse question, but again, I'm going to throw it to William. Does the investigator not checking DNA on the glove show how incompetent LA investigators were in this case? And just to provide a little context, there was testimony earlier today regarding Kid Cudi and whether this glove that may or may not be connected to the destruction of his car, the arson of his car, that it wasn't tested for DNA. Did it belong to Kid Cudi? Did it belong to somebody who allegedly did this to his car? You think it shows the incompetence of the investigation? What do you think, William?
So I don't think it shows the incompetence in the investigation. Obviously, the defense is going to exploit any missteps that happen during the course of the investigation from beginning to end. So I think incompetence is a pretty strong word used in this particular context. I do think that we need to remember that when the case was first being investigated, when the arson was first being investigated, I don't think that the Los Angeles police had any idea what this was going to eventually turn into. So would it have been great if they checked the glove for DNA? Sure. Again, I think incompetence is a bit of a strong word.
Interesting. So we also have polls that we put up.
Okay. So of course, that is some very interesting stuff, to say the least. But here's the thing: are they being biased? Like that panel that we just saw, are they being biased? Because in my personal opinion, if they're seeing stuff and they're reacting to those things, and they see proof positive, like, oh damn, like, this is prosecution's presenting a lot of stuff and it's strong stuff in their opinion. I mean, these are experts, right? A lot of these guys are lawyers or they are lawyers, but they're TV personalities now and all that. So again, I look at that and I go, well, if they believe the prosecution's showing a solid, piece of argument, I don't know. I think it's going to be tough to find somebody or find commentators, experts that are going to look at this and not have opinions, if that makes any sense, but that's just me, so again, hold on. Oh, we got some more. We got some from shout out to Katie. Thank you so much for giving me this too. Let me share this with you guys too. This is apparently during the break. Inner City Press, the man himself. Shout out to Inner City Press, man. The man's a beast. Okay. The doggone man's a beast. Okay. But he has some things to say. I guess that it has to do with the mistrial approach or the attempt on the mistrial. Let's take a look at this.
All right, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here outside the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, we're halfway through day 11 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. Today, two law enforcement witnesses, one from the LAPD and one from the fire department. The fire department witness, Jimenez, gave rise to the first, I believe, mistrial motion by the defense. Here's how it went. The prosecution was trying to sort of defang the idea that there was a partial female positive on the bottle used to burn Kid Cudi's car. So they went into then the fingerprint cards and they said, didn't these get destroyed? Yes, in 2012. And were they destroyed without your knowledge, Inspector Jimenez? Yes, they were. Would it have been normal for you to have had to approve the destruction? Yes, it would. So basically, there was immediately a sidebar and then a motion by Alexander Shapiro for a mistrial, saying that the jury had been left with the impression that Combs had used connections in the LAPD to get the witness cards done. The judge said not so much. They never heard that, and the questions are not evidence. But he did give a curative instruction, saying not to consider not only the answers, but even the questions about these fingerprint cards. Whether this is going to show up in an actual appeal to the Second Circuit, well, I guess that would have to depend if there's a guilty verdict. But it's been defanged, and now there's a guy called Deontay Nash. He's a stylist. He's kind of sassy. So he's an interesting witness because he says things like, "Oh yeah, that's the bomb. She was the bomb," or "I look great." He's going to testify in the afternoon. Apparently, that Cassie told him she didn't want to have shit. She was made to freak off on her birthday. There's already been some discussion about that. I'm going to toot Inner City Press's horn. In the first week we filed with Judge Subramanian saying that too much stuff wasn't going into the docket, and now it's going into the docket. So we get a little preview of these issues. But there was no preview of this fingerprint card imbroglio. So there's that.
Interesting, right? First off, he said sassy. He did say sassy. But what's interesting is that he's saying, of course, they tried, the defense tried to make it a big deal that the prosecution was trying to basically knock down the claims of it being a female DNA, because they, of course, don't want to throw off the jury. They want a specific narrative in the minds of the jury that this is Diddy and this all has to do with Diddy. But given the fact that they threw out the fact that there is female DNA found at the crime scene, of course, there throws some semblance of reasonable doubt in this situation, right? Now, Outside of that, though, they were trying to, as he said, defang, right, to destroy these claims. Which, of course, I don't blame the defense, or I don't blame the prosecution doing what they did, because they knew for a fact that the defense was going to probably come back and basically say, well, it was a female. It was a female, right? It was female DNA, right? You see what I'm saying? So, of course, they're trying to sprinkle in possible doubt that maybe it wasn't female, right? That it wasn't just female DNA, that maybe the fingerprints directly link Diddy to the situation, or directly linked to somebody that is connected directly to Diddy. In my personal opinion, I don't think they did anything bad. Now, I know that there's a lot of people that are very upset about that. But at the same time, I think that the prosecution was just doing their job. Mistrial? I think not. But for a fact, if he is found guilty, you already know that they're going to be filing appeals. Even if he's found guilty on this situation, he will file appeals. And it'll be all up to the courts to see if they're going to allow and grant the appeal for another shot at freedom. But that remains to be seen right now, right? Now, again, very interesting stuff. Of course, he's in the courtroom seeing all this stuff as well. And he's the guy who's been doing a great job doing this coverage. Let's listen to the rest of this real quick.
During this lunch break, I went and caught a sentencing. Judge Swain, 90 months for a guy for gun trafficking and drug dealing. And he's going to be deported at the end of the 90 months. So it's this tale of two worlds here in the federal courthouse. But we're going back in for the afternoon session. There'll be a witness called Mia, an actual straight-up sexual victim. But apparently the cross-examination will not begin until tomorrow. But we'll be on it.
Wait a second. Hold on. I just want to hear that last part. One more again. What did you say?
A sentencing. Judge Swain, 90 months for a guy for gun trafficking and drug dealing. And he's going to be deported at the end of the 90 months. So it's this tale of two worlds here in the federal courthouse. But we're going back in for the afternoon session. There'll be a witness called Mia, an actual straight-up sexual victim. But apparently the cross-examination will not begin until tomorrow.
Yeah, I figured that won't happen until tomorrow, but that also can definitely work in the defense's favor, to be completely real, right? That could definitely work out in his favor, or in defense's favor, because that gives him some time to marinate and think about questions that could be very damning and destroy Mia's testimony, right? Let's see. And this was put up 18 minutes ago. Okay, let me see. So it says here, the back before jury and witness brought in. So we want to show Mr. Nash a photo of the afternoon's witness, Mia, without screen and gallery, showing the photograph. Okay, sure. But that was 18 minutes ago. Still nothing. Let's go over to NBC News. Let's see what's going on over here too. So, well, I mean, okay, he had exacting taste for her hairstyle. So this might be what they were trying to explain, what he was saying earlier, and that they're trying to explain it now. So just before the lunch break, so this was posted 37 minutes ago. Okay, so Nash recounted an incident that allegedly showed how demanding and controlling Diddy was about Cassie. They all attended Vanity Fair's famed Oscar party in 2014. Cassie wore her hair stylishly down, which Nash thought looked great. But Diddy disagreed. Picked up Nash by his jacket and demanded Cassie be put up, her hair be put back up. Nash said he quickly got some hairpins and put her hair up. Before Diddy remarked, "I was right. It does look better up." So again, mother lover be crazy. All right. This mother lover crazy. Period. Point blank. The knowledge nook. He had a boy. I'm thinking you're saying Cassie had a boy? Yeah. I mean, she was, yeah, we already knew that it was going to be a boy. I think Alex Fine said that in an interview, like in a statement a while back, a few weeks ago after her testimony. So they, if she did give birth, because she apparently was in labor yesterday. So yeah, that's great news. Congratulations on their beautiful bouncing baby boy. That's beautiful. Life be lifing, baby. You know what I'm saying? That is beautiful, man. Makes a grown man want to cry. Well, it does. Life is beautiful, right? Especially bringing little ones into the world. It's a beautiful, exciting, and emotional thing too. Because it's like, there goes all my money. I'm kidding. He or she is so beautiful. 10 fingers and toes. It's beautiful. So congratulations to them. Real talk. I think it's dope as hell. Hillary, thank you so much. How would a mistrial benefit defense? I mean, the mistrial basically, that's the thing. I mean, even when we look at like hung jury, mistrials, etc., look at Karen Reed's case right now. Now, I know a lot of people feel some type of way about it. So hold on. Time out before you get all mad. Because even you can see over on the far right-hand side of your screen what is trending right now. Okay, hashtag free Karen Reed. Literally, this is so random that her name's being brought up right now, and then it's right there. But here's the thing: even with her, sure, it was a hung jury. Some people look at that as a win. Some people who are free Karen Reed sit there and go, "Yeah, she free." She still had to go back in and she's still in trial. She's still on trial. Hence the reason why hashtag free Karen Reed is back in the conversation and is trending all over again, right? She had to go through a whole trial go through all of this crap all over again. So if there's a mistrial, one thing is for sure. It doesn't say that Diddy's guilty. It doesn't say Diddy is innocent. It's the same thing with Karen Reed's situation. With that hung jury, didn't say that she was guilty, didn't say that she was innocent. But of course, both sides will sit there and feel some type of way about it. Like, oh, she should have been found guilty. Optically, people go, yeah, so see, she's innocent. She did no wrong. See, that's why there was a hung jury. Okay. All right. But she still has to go back into trial to fight for her life and fight for her innocence all over again. Same thing if this turns into that kind of situation as well. Diddy will have to go back into trial and go through all this BS all over again. Because you got to remember, if they go, we call for a mistrial because they were asking about fingerprint cards. Let's just say they do that. The only reason why he would get off, pun intended, is because of a technicality. Yes, I said it. It'd just be a technicality. It would have nothing to do with the crimes that he's facing, guys. It would be nothing to do with the trial and the allegations and the charges that he is facing. Just remember that. But you know what's going to happen. If it was to be a mistrial, you already know how they'd come out in the streets. They'd be like, see, as you can see, the feds were on a witch hunt. And they were pulling everything out of their butt to try to make my client look like he is a monster. But as you can see, he is an innocent man. Hence the reason why there was a mistrial. They were willing to cut corners, possibly break the law to take my client Sean Combs down. That's how they're going to say it out there. If there ever was to be a mistrial. This is the reason why they're trying for the mistrial. And you ain't wrong, right? All right. Nate, I'm just going to say Nate. Okay. You're not wrong. They only need one. There can only be one. They only need one person to be swayed and go, well, I don't think he did all that stuff. I don't think he's guilty of RICO or STing arson, or any of those things. I don't see it. I don't see it. They only need one person. Do they already have it? Like Nate said, they already have it. Are we sure about that? Do we have a direct line to the jury, to any of the jurors? Hell to the no. So at the same time, I don't know what the jury is saying, and I don't know what they're thinking at all as well. I don't even know what they look like. I'm not in the room. But I will say, yes, it's true. They only need one person to sit there and say, him not guilty. Real talk. That's what the prosecution is doing everything they can to show like this is a landslide of a trial. That it's this is a layup. Okay? This is an underhand pitch for an easy home run. Just let us pitch the ball. And we're going to tell you and show you how easy it is. How guilty, Diddy really is. But here's the thing. This is what the defense is doing. Their job is to poke holes in the prosecution's narrative. That's it. Their whole argument that they're putting out there is like was the head of an enterprise. He was making people do all these things. He did, X, Y, and Z. He even made a car go up in flames. The defense job is to sit there and go, was he really doing a RICO? Was he really racketeering? Was he really doing the STing? In fact, did he really make that car go up in flames? Think about it, jury. Think about it. That's all they need to do. That's all they need to do. So we'll see what happens here, of course. But very interesting that we got Mia apparently about to get onto the stand. So let's take a look at this. So because we got a couple things. So bring back in Mr. Nash. How many times in person did you witness Mr. Combs be violent? He says quite a few. This is a sealed exhibit. Without saying her name, do you recognize this person? We'll call Mia. Some people are saying Maya, right? But anyway, he says yes. Moving on. Prosecution says, what were you and Mia helping Cassie pack for? The OVO festival in Canada. Who came to the door? It was Diddy. He said, B, didn't I tell you to answer your phone? Then he dragged her by the hair and he started using his fists. How hard was he attacking her? Defense, objection, judge, overruled. So they move on. Nash says, very hard. We ran into the bedroom, but Diddy pushed it open. He continued to attack Cassie with his hands. What did you do to try to help Cassie? Because that sounds terrible. I jumped on Diddy's back. He threw me off. Mia did too. We both were on top of him, and nothing was stopping him, right? Cassie's head hit the bed frame. She was bleeding, and Puff continued just attacking her. He didn't care. Where's Mia? Getting towels. What did Diddy say to you, Mia, and Cassie? He said, look what y'all made me do. He said she'd go to a plastic surgeon to fix her face. With who? He'd take her to a plastic surgeon, but who took her to the plastic surgeon? D-Rock. He was Diddy's security. So after that, when did you see her? What was the last time you saw her after that? I saw her the very next day, FaceTime or something like that. She had a gash in her eyebrow. It was terrible. Were you once cooking with Diddy were you once cooking with Cassie when Diddy got violent? Yeah. Diddy came in. What did Diddy say? He said, y'all better get out of my house. And he was grabbing her by the hair. He pushed her out the door and then began to do the same to me. But I don't have hair. So he just popped me in the face. He told me to go upstairs and wait. or sorry, he told me to go downstairs and wait. That's crazy. So he even put his paws on Deontay Nash as well, trying to grab him by the head, etc. So instead, he pops him in the face. Now, just so you guys know, who is Deontay Nash? Somebody just said that. Shanna, we're here. We're gonna help you. We're here, okay? Or Shauna, I think it's Shauna. But Shauna just asked, who is Nash? Well, Deontay Nash is a celebrity stylist. He worked for Diddy for many, many years, about 10 years. He actually was the stylist for Diddy and Cassie. But apparently, he saw a lot of stuff. He was a close friend to Cassie. He worked closely with Cassie. And apparently, he saw a bunch of stuff. So we're seeing that right now that he was cooking. I guess he was cooking something with Cassie, just having a grand old time, maybe having a little white spritzer, having a great time with Cassie. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Diddy comes in angry. And I don't know how soon after this was from the attack, okay, from the attack that he just talked about, where she got the cut on her eyebrow. I don't know, okay, but this is insane, right? So he gashed on her eyebrow. Okay, and then you guys were cooking with each other, you and Cassie, and then Diddy just showed up out of nowhere and started getting violent, right? He says yes, he came through and he got violent, and then he said, "Y'all better get out of my house." He was grabbing her by the hair. He pushed her through the door and then began to do the same to me, trying to get me out of there. But I don't have hair, so he just punched me in the face. Okay, he just punched me. And then he told me to go downstairs and wait for her, basically. And that I can't show you that photo. That's down below. But as you can see, I mean, he put his hands on Deontay as well. Deontay Nash, a stylist, just for being in the room. That's crazy. So he has no problem putting his hands on anybody. But clearly he's got his staple people that he puts his hands on. He put his hands on Capricorn Clark too. I don't know if she told us everything. You know what I mean? Getting attacked by Diddy. But he most definitely, I mean, come on now. Some people, man. Some people don't deserve all the blessings they get. You know what I'm saying? People like Diddy do not deserve the love. Okay? They really don't. Yeah. See, the Punisher on CNN now. Look at that. Bang. He everywhere now. He trying to promote that book. Freezer meat. You see what I'm saying? But real talk, some people just do not deserve the abundance of blessings they get. They really don't. This kind of stuff just angers me, man. Excuse me. It's just frustrating and extremely sad. Oh, we got an update. Cool. Let's take a look at this. So Diddy threatened her career, Cassie's career. Witness testifies. Okay. He was not shy about threatening her career if she didn't behave exactly as he wanted. Deontay testified. Deontay also recalled Diddy calling Cassie or telling Cassie that if he heard from her smart ass mouth, then quote unquote, her little mixtape won't come out. And that's kind of all old news now. We've all heard about that. Yeah, freezer meat. Like, I wonder what, with all due respect, this is just for a joke, but I mean, with the Punisher, I'm still wondering, what made him think of freezer meat and go, I got the title of my book. You know what I mean? Just sitting there, just digging out old digging out old meat from the back of the freezer. And he's like, man, these things are hard as a rock. Wait a second. You know what I mean? My book. You know? No? Nobody? Okay. I'm just asking the questions, guys. How does it, you know what I mean? How does, you know? My book. You know what I mean? He's just seeing millions of dollars raining from the clouds, you know? Man, I'm about to be rich. Do you understand? Freezer meat. But anyway, let's get into this. We saw that one already. He describes jumping on Diddy's back after Mogul went after Cassie. So Nash was in Cassie's apartment, helping her prepare for a music festival when Diddy allegedly arrived and attacked Cassie. So Cassie previously mentioned being attacked in her testimony 2 weeks ago. Nash told the court that Diddy was enraged as he grabbed Cassie by the hair and began to use his feet and his fists. Okay? Nash said he and Mia, also known AKA as Victim 4, each jumped on Diddy's back, but were thrown off. Like, you know, Diddy's a strong dude from my understanding. He's pretty strong. But also at the same time, I don't know how big or small these people are. I don't know how small Mia is. I don't know how petite Deontay Nash is. He could be a big boy. He could be really, really tiny. I don't know. But that's crazy, right? So anyway, he continued to attack Cassie until her head hit the edge of a bed frame, and then that, of course, began bleeding because, of course, it was a nasty, nasty cut. So they showed photos of her eyebrow when she testified regarding this incident. It's nasty. It's pretty gnarly, to say the least. Let's continue on. I got a few more minutes here. So he said, he popped me in the face, and then he told me to go downstairs and wait. They came down, and Diddy was berating us. As we drove off, we got a phone call. Objection. He says, judge says, new question. Okay, so you got a call. You got a call from who? Diddy. He told us to stop, and he came to the window. He said he'd put her S tapes on the internet. Diddy said he'd send her S tapes to her parents' jobs to get them fired. Then that her brother was a B word and that only he protected her. Wow. I'm going to send these S tapes to your parents. I'm going to get them fired from the job because you a nasty chica, right? And your brother ain't nothing. I'm not scared about your brother. Your brother's a little B. I'm the only one who's been protecting your ass. I'm the only one who's strong enough. I'm the only man in your house, in your life. What did you tell her? That Diddy is on the S tapes too. She said, he's not. He was taping her with other men. Prosecution says, what did she say about wanting or not wanting to have relations with other men? Objection, overruled. Continuing, that she didn't want to. I drove her to Sunset Boulevard to get a taxi. Why? Uber wasn't really a thing yet at that time. Shamalama ding dong. Puff came to my house looking for her. He looked in my oven. Really? I'm not sure why, but he looked in my oven. I'm sorry. He said, where's she at? You in here? Hello? Where's she at, man? Where's she at? He just went over and looked in the oven. See, split pants, went into the house, looking in his oven. Like, these are details you just don't say. Like, you just don't make up. These are real things. This is insane. Okay? The man done lost his damn mind, gal. So, he took my phone. And Cassie called from a hotel. Diddy said, let's go there. Bad Boy staff stayed at my house, stayed there. I guess, or maybe stayed at. Bad Boy staff stayed there. I don't know if Bad Boy staff stayed where when they left, they stuck around at his home, or if he had Bad Boy staff staying at the hotel. But it sounds like he said, let's go get her. And he kept Bad Boy staff at Nash's home while they went off to go get Cassie. So prosecution went on and said, what did Diddy say? He said, let's go get her. This is crazy. So I went to her hotel room with D-Rock and Tony. She jumped up. She was frightened. She said she would jump off the balcony. How high was it? I mean, it wasn't the first floor. Downstairs, I saw 4 or 5 of Puff's security waiting. That's crazy. She said, I'll jump. I will take a leap of faith. What the hell is going on here? Like, that's some weird stuff. Yeah, the oven thing is weird. Where's she at, man? What you cooking? You know what I mean? Like, what? You think she's gonna hide in an oven? Real talk. I mean, maybe she would. You know what I'm saying? Maybe she would, because she's scared, terrified of this dude. Maybe she would hide in an oven. Maybe she would. I don't know if she's. I mean, I know she's really skinny, but is she tiny enough to fit in an oven? Real talk, like I said, split pants, hiding in an oven, like looking in an oven of all things. Where's she at, man? Opening an oven to see if she's in the mother-loving oven? That's weird. I still think he might have been just high as hell. You know what I'm saying? He must have been on some things. So we went to her hotel. She jumped up. She was frightened. He was with D-Rock and Tony. She said she would jump off the balcony. They said, how high was that balcony? Was it like really high up, or was, you know what I mean? He said, well, it wasn't the first floor, but downstairs there were 4 or 5 of Diddy's security down there just waiting for her, just in case if she tried to run, maybe. So Diddy told me, you played me. I drove off, but Diddy's security followed me. I turned off my lights and I drove really fast. I went to Universal Sheridan. Did you go home the next day? Yes. I found my backpack was stolen. It had about $1,000 in it. Damn, y'all. So, wow. Whole backpack stolen, y'all. Wow, y'all. Wow. This dude is diabolical. It's official. All right. Diddy said, you played me, bruh. It's like, what are you talking about? I didn't do nothing. What? He drove off with her, with Cassie. She said to him, this is also important, she said to him that she did not want to do those S tapes or any of these freak offs. This is what she said to Deontay Nash. He drove her to Sunset Boulevard to get a taxi. So then she took a taxi. Diddy came to the house looking for her, even looked so far as to go through his oven to see if she was possibly in the oven. That's crazy. All right. He took his phone. He called Cassie. Okay. Then they went to go get her. But what's crazy to me is that Diddy turned to Nash, Deontay, and said, "You played me." How so? You were attacking them, and then you put her in a taxi because that's the only thing you can think of, right? So how's he playing him? And then the fact that he was scared out of his mind that he had to turn off the lights on his car to lose the tail that he had that were working for Diddy, which is also something very interesting. That's also RICO. Just so you know, if these allegations are to be true. Yeah, it's definitely gotta gasolina or that Tucci. Apparently that's huge in Colombia. Okay. Just so you know, that Tucci apparently is huge in Colombia. Huge. They just do it right out in front of people all day long like it's nothing. That is a huge thing down there. That pink stuff. That pink yayo. So, yeah, some scary stuff though. Real talk. Turned off the lights, drove really fast. Then he went to the Universal Sheraton. Then he went back home the very next day because he figured, the coast is clear. He should be good. Let me get back home. He goes back home and he finds that one of his book bags is stolen that had $1,000 in it. Now, one thing that makes sense now, because again, remember, he said Bad Boy's staff stayed there. So Bad Boy's staff stayed behind at his home while they went to go take care of the situation with Cassie. That's what I believe. And while he was gone, the security staff that were there, Diddy's goons, basically went through the dude's home and just took stuff or took that bag and said, F him. You screwed over Diddy, we're going to take something of his, which was a book bag filled with $1,000. Let's get into this. We got a new update. So Combs threatened to release the S tape, okay, to get her parents fired. So Combs once threatened to release the S tapes of Cassie to her parents' workplaces, and the internet, the stylist said in his testimony. Nash told the court that he was at Cassie's apartment when Diddy came over and grabbed Cassie by the hair, ordering Nash to leave, to get out. He testified Cassie eventually got in his car and they left, but that Diddy called ordering them to pull over, in which they did apparently. He came to the window angrily and he said something to he was angry with Cassie over something, and he told her that he would release these S tapes of her to the internet, according to Nash. All right. Diddy said that he would first release them to her parents' workplaces to get them fired. I'm going to ruin your whole entire life. Cassie cried as they drove away, Nash said, and the stylist tried to reassure her by telling her that Diddy was on those tapes too. You can't be mad, but you can be really upset, but he's not only going to be exposing you, he's going to be exposing himself. So of course he's not going to release these videos because he's in these videos. And of course, Cassie says, no, he was not on these tapes. She was the star. She was the focus. These were videos that she was making with him filming her with other men. Hamburger. Let's see. You played me. $1,000 was taken, including a backpack that he had. So why did you keep the $1,000 cash? So when Diddy was mad, I could check into a hotel without giving my name. So he was really getting prepared. Do you see what I say? See what's going on? He was really getting prepared because he was that scared of Diddy himself. He ain't stooping Diddy, but he's that scared that he's willing to have $1,000 readily available so that he can go off the grid, y'all. That's insane. What happened in 2015? I saw Diddy slap Cassie in the face, he said. He said, get this B out of here. What did you do? I mean, I just got her out. The perfect match premiere. What did you see? Cassie had a black eye. When was Diddy violent with you at a music video? Or I think was Diddy violent with you at a music video? Yes. I was outside smoking a cigarette. Diddy came and threw me on the car and started choking me out. Woo! Why? Because he's friends with her? Just because he's friends and he cares? Hold on. Puff said, y'all keep going out. So he got a problem with them going out, where she's like probably going to gay clubs with him or something like that, right? So she's like, this is insane. Diddy said, y'all keep going out. Did you report anything to the police? No, I was afraid of retaliation from Diddy. He's insane. Did you get anyone on staff? KK, Christina Coram. Okay, so what did she say? That she would talk to him. Really? He would talk to him? She would talk to him, of all people? Listen, guys, unfortunately, I'm going to have to wrap it up here. Okay, guys? But it's unfortunate. All right. But I'm sure going to be a lot more from Nash. I'll try to do a recap a little bit later on today, a little bit later on this evening, a recap of all that's, of the last few, this last hour of the testimony. I'm sorry, guys. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to get going. But what say you guys so far on this trial? I think this is this testimony and the LAPD, LAFD, I think are very important. Capricorn Clark's testimony is massive, I think, as well. This is a very interesting week for sure. All right. I'm keeping an eye on this. I told you guys I had to leave a little bit earlier today, but tomorrow I'll be back on even earlier. Okay. To cover everything from the very beginning, from the start of trial to the end of trial. Okay. So guys, there's only like 50 more minutes left in the trial today. Anyway, unfortunately, I got to miss out on that, but tomorrow we will be back on about an hour earlier than today. All right. Around 8 a.m. Central Standard Time to give you guys the information and the conversations that you need about this particular trial. So that is the show, guys. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you guys so much. All right. But I'll be back on tomorrow to have a conversation and talk to you guys about this and do more coverage for sure. All right. Because Friday, I will not be live at all. Okay. So please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you're hitting that follow button over there. Subscribe here on my main channel, that YouTube channel, please and thank you. We're almost at 170,000 subscribers, which is amazing. I can't even believe it, y'all. So make sure you're subscribed. Hit that subscribe button on your way out. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Show some support. That'd be greatly appreciated. Okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys, it's time to get going. Much love to you guys. Have a safe one. And we'll be talking here a little bit later on today, all right? Anyway, it's time to go. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.